This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see plenty of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's A-R-E-T-E media.org. On with the show. Jordan nailed the intro. I almost said promo. I meant intro. And then I fucked up at the end. We blew the landing. Welcome to the Spurr podcast, everybody. I'm your host. I am he. I am them. We are. I am Justin Spurr. And I am, as always, joined by my co-host, the incomparable Jordan. How is Jordan?
How?
How? I don't think you're allowed to say that anymore.
No. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good on today's show. Before we
My
jump into
settings
the
are
news,
my settings are needing some fine tuning.
we are
Keep
gonna.
talking.
Before we jump into the news, we're gonna do a big time Superman review. We got a Superman review, hot, fresh, and nom 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 tasty, just for you. And then with the news, we're gonna talk King of the Hill trailer, Sausage Party trailer. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about
Other things.
Hot Wheels. Why Will Friedle isn't doing Batman anymore. Stewart's big universe, Big Bang Theory spinoff. What's happening with that? And then later in the show, we're doing fantasy. We're talking about Dungeons and Dragons and Vox Machina and Quest for Camelot and how it has a Celine Dion song in it. And the internet got weird about it. We're talking about
and
that.
other things.
And other things. And we're going to maybe start with some comment response because we got some fun comments. And Jordan, what happens when the audience leaves us fun comments?
If they're respectful, we engage with them.
We read them on the show, Jordan. Sometimes we read them on the show when they're not respectful and we make fun of them. Let's be real. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about that.
I mean, to be fair, only one of us is creatively in charge and chooses for that to happen.
Oh, that is true. Because Jordan, sometimes they need to be made fun of. So we got
Sometimes they got to be put in their place.
Sometimes they got to be put in their place. So we'll start with some comment response and then we'll jump into our Superman review. So start off with nice respectful review on our Man of Steel video, which I thought was going to get way more hate comments than it did. Star Wars fans, you're still the fucking worst. Anyway, well, guys, this comment from
It's the truth.
Vlad Ram 9209 reads, well, guys, I don't know. I'm a 25-year-old East European that grew up on superhero cartoons, so I'm much more invested in superheroes than your average guy. Still, I didn't grow up within comics culture. When this movie came out, I was 13 and I loved it. As time passed, I understood how unfaithful it is to the spirit of Superman, but I still enjoyed this movie on its own and think that aside from how careless Superman is with the fights he has in the city, this is still, at its core, a good depiction of Superman. It's just a gritty Superman, but not dark, parentheses, night Superman. I always liked more grounded takes on superheroes because it made me feel like such things could maybe happen in real life somehow. If reality could happen in real life somehow if reality was a little shifted, as opposed to the totally wacky nature of the comics. So yeah, to me, the Shakespearean Thor that became a problem by Thor the Dark World was a better take on Thor than the silliness of Taika Waititi's Thor. Therefore, I know that I'm in the minority of comic lovers, but I'm in the majority of moviegoers that aren't super stoked to see comic book movies as a radically different genre, but variations of, well, mostly science fiction. The new Superman movie is not just science fiction, there's a comic book as a distinct genre. I enjoyed this one, to me, still to this day, the best mix of comic book whack and real-life gritty. Is the Arkham games maybe still too gritty for most people? But that was Batman. I bet the Superman of that world would be the proper amount of lighthearted without going Silver Age wacky. Again, this is an essay. Jordan, I wasn't going to finish the whole thing, but now I just feel committed. I have to.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Let's do this. Let's finish this. Yet I do understand the pure whimsical nature that many pursue within superhero stories, and I guess that's that. I think I like Superman 2025's tone better than Man of Steel, but I like the gravitas of that movie better. But I like the Christopher Reeve's portrayal of both Clark and Superman better than either. There's also Returns. I don't think I've ever heard of a movie heard of a more underwhelming movie than that because it never in the history of ever gets mentioned outside discussions about Superman movies in particular, and I still don't have any idea of the plot because nobody's interested to bring it up, even when the movie itself is mentioned. That is honestly a very fair and even-keeled comment, and fair enough. Yeah, that's a hard statement to disagree with about Superman Returns. Everyone forgets about Superman Returns.
Yeah, as for the rest of it, so I mean, fair enough. Different strokes for different folks. There's a version of Superman for everybody, and there are plenty of people that like the Man of Steel interpretation, Man of Steel slash Batman versus Superman, interpretation of that character. And for me, even disregarding the comics of it all, which it is largely based on the New 52 version of Superman, but even ignoring that, that version is just not my version. That's
Yeah.
not what I go to for Superman. But that doesn't mean, and this is, I guess, where I've evolved over the years, is that doesn't mean that it's not someone's Superman.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, it's just not mine.
Now I'm gonna do something unexpected here, and I'm gonna take a step to defend Man of Steel because we did get two comments that were the same. They were Man of Steel is the greatest Superman movie ever, or Man of Steel is a comic book masterpiece, a definitive Superman movie. Both of which are incorrect statements. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say you enjoy Man of Steel and it's your favorite Superman movie, then that's one thing. But even ignoring my personal ick towards like that character, that version of the character, I still just think if you're comparing it to, and yes, it's a comic book movie. I don't care if you don't like listening to comic book nerds. It's a comic book movie. It should be faithful to the thing that it is adapting, and it isn't.
Here comes the defense part of it, though. So each of those comments got their own response. One was, hell no, masterpiece? That's up to you, but definitive Superman film? No way in hell. He was completely unlike Superman. He lacked humanity and kindness in that film. He had no charm. And that is where I will say that's not true. He has charm. He has a great deal of charm. He has his own kind of charm. And within the tone and context of that movie, it works. He's in his own right a charming Superman. Is he like the best version of Superman? No, but he is still a version of Superman.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's where I say, and this is where my evolution comes in. He's more or less the New 52 Superman. So if you like that Superman, you're gonna like this version of him because he's very similar. I don't like the New 52 Superman, so I was never going to engage with this version of him. Sure, you could argue back and forth on whether he's a good Superman, but he's not for me. That's ultimately, whenever we come back to this and whenever we talk about this version of the character, that's pretty much going to be it's just not for me.
And then the other funny comment is, sorry, there really isn't a good system for looking at comments on YouTube, and it's really annoying. Here.
You kind of have to cycle through them all.
This one I won't say his name, but this one made me laugh. Which was a gentleman who said that he does not pay attention to people who look like this. Jordan, you gotta do it with me. Like this. There you go. If you look like this, fucking geeks. To which I responded, because I had to, who else do you listen to talk to about comic book movies? And this person responded with, those who have a different point of view, not someone who only focuses on the material. Man of Steel was not for comic book geeks, but it was for people who live in the real world. And just to clarify, that's in Man of Steel, a movie about a man in a cape.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna just
to be clear,
even ignoring that. Okay, there's the door.
But still. You're in the real people who live in the real world, like Superman. It's because Superman lives in the real world, Jordan.
Sure.
He lives in the real world.
Right. Sure. Okay. There's the door.
Funny. That was funny. That made me laugh. It made me genuinely laugh. And then, of course, we got a slew of comments on our Christopher Reeve video about how you will believe a man can fly. and just agreeing that he is the best Superman, which that segues beautifully into our finale of our Superman special, our continue off of the to be continued of last week. It is time for us to talk about the new Superman. Some could say,
yes,
and by
is.
some I mean us, the best Superman movie of all time, the greatest Superman movie of all time.
I mean, I think that as it stands currently, it is. Without getting my spoiler free
We're
version.
We're gonna do spoiler free up first, and then we're gonna jump in because a lot of this movie hasn't been said. It hasn't really been given away in the trailers. Not really the plot of it. So we're gonna talk about the plot of it. We're gonna touch the sticky stuff, but we're gonna do a spoiler free version of it first, just so you know whether or not you should go watch it. Jordan, does it get the Jordan stamp of approval?
It does, which is a big deal because for years, me and DC did not see eye to eye.
We have to see eye to eye now.
Is the nice way of putting it. But no, absolutely. So spoiler-free version. I will say
it's not perfect.
It's not perfect.
Pretty well perfect. It's a solid 9 out of 10, 8 to 9 out of 10.
My thing with this movie is, and again, is James Gunn. He Christopher Reeve ran so this Superman could fly.
Absolutely. Why? I would no. You know what, Trent? I'm gonna put it in a more Superman way. Christopher Reeve Superman leapt tall buildings in a single bound. So this one
could fly. Yeah, perfect.
Because it absolutely did. It
absolutely captures the spirit of those original
without
lines.
Just doing it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely inspired by Christopher Reeve. Not just, right down to, like, the title sequence. They have a poster, which is basically just the Christopher Reeve Superman.
Yeah.
It uses the John Williams score to impeccable effect.
And he looks like him.
He looks like Superman.
He looks like Superman. And the big thing that I think that this one... And I think for me, this is the thing that Man of Steel Superman was missing. Again, without touching spoiler stuff, is this Superman is really good about making it about hope.
Yes,
Superman is about hope and just believing that people can be better. And the Man of Steel version, the Man of Steel version never really did that for me.
No. Like,
personally,
they want it to be like, he's hope in the face of darkness, which he's not really.
Not enough.
No.
In those ones, not enough. In this one, yes, he is very much.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just. Okay. Do we do the sticky stuff? No, we'll leave the sticky stuff for the spoiler section, because there is sticky stuff in this. But the non-spoiler free version is the cast is incredible. The cast is utterly phenomenal. David Cornsweet as Superman is an absolute standout.
He's a delight.
The moment I knew and this isn't a spoiler because they've released this clip and I think it's in the trailer, but at least it's in one of the trailers. But when one of the first lines, I love that the movie opens with him being injured. Like, I love that. I understand why people won't love that, but I love that. But I love that his first line that he says when he's no longer injured is, "What the hey, dude?" Or he's the kind of guy who's like, "Darn it!" Like that. Golly gee gum.
Farm boy, Kansas boy.
He's a farm boy from Kansas, and the Man of Steel. Yeah, I know we're gonna do a lot of comparing to Zack Snyder. It's inevitable, but he never was that. He was a city elite. He wasn't a Gumtree. Gee shucks. I'm from Kansas, kind of guy. Yeah. I forget it. Rachel Bra something. I don't know her actual name. I'm gonna fuck up the name from here on out. But the woman playing Lois Lane, phenomenal. The kid they got playing. I mean, I've always loved him. I've loved him for forever. I loved him in Santa Clarita Diet. But the kid they've got playing Jimmy Olsen.
He's
is
a good Jimmy Olsen.
He is Jimmy Olsen. He doesn't have the. That was the thing I forgot to mention last week with Injustice. Was how you know that's a bad Superman movie because it starts with Jimmy Olsen getting shot in the head unceremoniously. Like that's what happened to Jimmy Olsen. I don't know if you know that, but in the director's cut of Man of Steel, Jimmy Olsen gets unceremoniously shot in the head in the desert because that's what Zack Snyder thought of Jimmy Olsen, Superman's best friend. But he's phenomenal. The fact there's a number of great deep cuts. The fact that Lex Luthor's girlfriend is Eve Tessmacher is unbelievably funny. Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor is also phenomenal.
Oh, he's so good.
It's all good. There's a big spoiler for the character who I won't. Oh, Metamorpho. Oh, the Justice Gang. I remember when we were talking about this at one point. You were like, "Oh, I hope they're not the Justice League," and they are, but they're not, and that's great.
Yeah, yeah. I kept waiting for there to be a moment where they were like, "Oh, we should be called the," and then finally go with the real name.
Yeah,
But
yeah, the Justice League. But no, they are. I don't think they're called the Justice Gang in the comics, but they are a version of the Justice League in the comics. And that's what's really funny. A lot of this is ripped right from this. So that's the. I think I've said this about the Super Spider-Man movie, the Sam Raimi one, the very first one, which is it's the purest interpretation of comic to pay or to put to screen like ever. That this is that for Superman. This is a comic book put to screen. Like if you want the purest, and I think. I would be so bold as to say this is probably one of the greatest superhero movies of all time, because
certainly one of the most faithful ones, I would say.
Well, because this is a no, I don't. Superman's in this a lot. He's in this a lot. Like he is in this as Superman a lot. Clark Kent is not really in this movie a whole time. There's that scene where he interviews. Where Lois Lane is interviewing him. That's kind of it. There's like one scene of him at the Daily Planet, and that's kind of it. It is otherwise.
Have we entered spoilers where we're talking about the actual movie?
Not yet. Okay. I mean, that is a bit of a spoiler, but it is a mostly Superman movie. That to keep it sort of more light, less spoilery. It is, and this is what I want out of a Spider-Man movie. I want, you know what? Okay, yeah. We'll wrap up the non spoiler version is it is really good. It's really good all around. It is. It leads people. It's funny because people were like, I think people have been irony poisoned. I mean, I know people have been irony poisoned, but I think people have also been kind of humor poisoned, where they have trouble differentiating between what is a joke versus what is like levity and like having a bit of levity as a person in a moment. So like, because I saw a review which accused this of like undercutting every emotional or serious moment with a joke, and I'm like, but it didn't. Not the way that like Guardians of the Galaxy does. It didn't. Like sincerity and being earnest is not undercutting an emotional moment. Sometimes it adds to an emotional moment, or sometimes like it makes a person seem more human when they're reacting to a thing that just happened. Like, and you have the power to like survive it. You're not really scared of it, so you joke about it. Or sometimes if you're really scared, you make it like a joke to get through it.
Well, I mean, like I make jokes about things that are bad to get through them. That's human.
Right? That's human, exactly.
Like that's just how some people deal with grief.
Like I saw a lot of people talking about.
I'm not sure. I don't think I understand what the complaint is.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
a little confused.
Exactly. That's what I'm. Yeah, I was a reviewer I used to respect, where I was like, "What does that even? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?" And then he said that, and then he didn't give any examples, and I was like,
quite legitimately, I'm confused by what you're trying to like. So they're saying that him reacting like a human is a bad thing. He should be an alien.
Well, yeah, because that's what people think Superman is. But then
he's not.
It's wild.
He is in some versions.
I don't want to get into like the political part of this, but like they don't want to acknowledge that he's an alien because then yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to think. Perry White is phenomenal. Like, yeah, this is very much it exists in a stasis of being like it's a comic book world. Suspend your disbelief. Like, yeah, there are some things that you're like, really, but
yeah, like, but I mean, I don't need that. It's a comic book movie. I want it to be a comic book movie, and I don't get the people. This is where I get frustrated. Is I don't get the people who look at comic book characters and go like, I need to have a gritty, realistic version that's nothing like the comic book. I don't.
Right.
What? No, I mean,
The ones
okay,
that
sure, we had those. They were the Man of Steel movies. I want my turn.
the complaint I don't get is when you accuse your comic book movie of being too comic booky. What does that even mean? It's a comic book movie.
It's a
Obviously, it's
comic
going to
book
be like a
movie.
comic book. Like I saw that criticism a lot with this. Oh, it's really comic booky, or it's too much like the comic book. But
Yeah,
that's what
it
it
should
should
be.
be. It's a comic book movie. It should be bright and colorful and optimistic and like yeah, there's a
Well, I
time
mean,
and a place
my
for
thing.
the dark
Yeah, I
edgy
was just
shit,
gonna
but
say.
Superman's not it.
Well, I mean, but that's not even. Sure. Okay, here's my thing and this is where I've started to get a little frustrating. Why, or frustrated, I should say. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't we have a movie that comes out like this and gets to be comic booky and fun and enjoyable for those that want that? And then there can also be room for there to be the Zack Snyder version of thing that comes out.
Yeah.
Like, why does it have to be one or the other? You can have both.
Yeah, on streaming where nobody will watch it.
I don't. I mean, or in theater, you could have both. Is my point. Like,
Far
and
away
I
from
think
my
this
regular
is
good
this is
Superman.
where I get frustrated. Is like because these companies and these corporations are so focused on doing the Marvel thing of everything has to be connected into one thing, so there can only be one version of a thing. It limits you because James Gunn is now being told to set up this universe where there's only one version of each character. That means that there can only be one version of each character, and that limits you from being able to have 1,000 Elseworld stories where you can have 1,000 different versions of
Investors
Superman.
don't want that. It's too confusing.
I
for
know, but I'm just like that's where I get frustrated. Is I miss that I
It's too confusing for your
MC
stupid
MCU
stupid.
the MCU kind of killed comic book movies because it forced all future comic book movies to feel like they were obligated to
Yeah.
be part of a expanded universe.
Well, no, but they were all. I mean, they were all they were like that before.
No,
whereas,
they
like,
weren't. The
yeah,
Spider-Man movie, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies existed on its own. It was not a part of the
yeah, but he was
the
he was the
X-Men
only
movies
but
or
yes,
the
yes,
or
but-
the
but- yes, but-
Daredevil movies
But he was
or
the only. Hold on, he was the only Spider-Man. That was kind of that's kind of thing. Or Christopher Reeves. He did 4 Superman movies where he's the. So yeah, they committed to one version of the character in theaters because mainstream audiences be dumb. But no, there
But
was
no,
always,
my point was that my point is that they didn't like set up that Batman also exists in Superman's movies. No, you could have that singular version and then go and make another singular version.
I mean, sure, that's kind of what they have done. But I
Yes.
don't know. But that's
I
not,
miss
that's,
those. I miss those
mean,
days.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there.
It allowed for you to have a movie where in one movie or Superman can be more like the
But
Man of
no,
Steel version, and
it
then in the
didn't,
next
no.
version he's completely different.
But then they've literally never done that. They've always like kept sure, like the Christopher Reeves version is different from the Henry Cavill version, but that's only because they're entirely different franchises. Like that, you wouldn't do a Henry Cavill one, and then the next movie you do a different, completely different one. You do another.
Why not?
Because
That's my point.
You do a sequel.
That's
you do a sequel.
That's what we should. Well, you can also do a sequel.
But no,
you can do a sequel, and then you can have another one where like you have Black Superman.
Oh no, that's funny. That's funny. I left this out as a story, but they were gonna make a Black Superman, and then
I'm just as an example.
David Zaslav canceled it for being too woke.
See, that's where I get frustrated. Is my point. Like we shouldn't have to shackle ourselves to, okay, this was a great Superman movie, but we shouldn't have to shackle ourselves to he's the only person that can be Superman for the next 20 years.
You're asking too much from Hollywood and too much from mainstream audiences. Sure, you could do it. The only place to do a different version of Superman that's different from everyone else is on DVD or on on streaming where it's animated and nobody will watch it.
Yeah, that's so restrictive.
I mean, it isn't because you it's still.
I mean, it is.
To be fair,
where now, like, I love this version of Superman, but yeah, like, you're then restricting it from the part of the audience that doesn't like that version of him instead of just
I don't
having
care about
both.
those ones though. They had their chance. They fucked it up. This is our time now. Like screw them. I don't. The Snyder fans had their chance to make a good Superman movie and they fucked it up. So like, nah, man. I don't really care much for what their opinions are. I want my Superman. I don't like this Superman. I want to see 10 more of him. 10 more movies. I want to see him. I want him to be like.
I mean, I'm mostly playing devil's advocate.
Like,
I also love this version and want more of this version, but I'm just saying there should be room for both.
I mean, with DC is a different conversation because DC is not afraid to do the wacky shit on DVD, right? So yeah, they do an Injustice, they'll do a Red Sun, they'll do a whatever. Marvel's
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
they're
And
never
you know
gonna do
it.
it. Well, no, because they're never gonna do that theatrically because it's too much of a risk.
But it's not.
But it is to them. It
And
is.
at that point, it's not because you have both.
No,
There
yeah, but then
is
you're
no risk.
spending-
You're playing both sides of the
You're
coins,
spending-
and one of them is going to be popular.
Right, but then you're spending a bunch of money on a dark Superman or another version of Superman that theoretically no one will watch. You're splitting your money and you just wind up making less money. No, they want one consistent version of Superman so they could be like that. I don't think they care whether or not the universe is connected. That's James Gunn's deal. But they want one identifiable version of the thing so they can slap it on a T-shirt. That's what they want. Super Spider-Man's easy because he always wears the same. Well, he theoretically always wears the same costume, and he's masked up. It doesn't matter. But they want one consistent brand identity. So like
Yeah, it's dumb. It's a dumb system.
But that DC in that regard is not restricted because, like I say, they can. Oh, that's what it was. Oh, damn it!
What?
I remembered the thing. That
What thing?
story. There was I was sitting here when I was prepping for the show. There was a trailer that I saw pop up that I was gonna send you, and then I didn't, and it wasn't in my list, and I wanted to talk about it, and I remember what it is now, and I'm really mad about it.
You could just use your new Zoom powers to see if you can play it.
Yeah, we might be screen sharing later, ladies and gentlemen, so we can watch a Spider-Man Noir trailer. Sorry that popped because it made me because I was like. You don't see Marvel doing that. You don't see Marvel doing like animated movies, which are like interesting. Like, say what you will about those animated movies. At least that's DC doing different things in a different medium. Marvel doesn't do that. You don't have Marvel animated movies that are like adaptions of famous comic book runs that everybody knows, which they should. They absolutely should. Anyway,
Oh, they absolutely should.
That was a weird divergence. Let's get into the spoiler shit for Superman, because yes, like I said. This is probably one of the greatest superhero movies of all time because we have to get to see the superhero do superhero stuff for most of the movie. Like, he is barely Clark Kent in this. He is Clark Kent a little bit. Like, a little bit. He is otherwise not
10%, I would say.
Yeah, and that's good. Like, this is what Spider-Man should do. He should be Peter Parker for exactly 1 or 2 scenes, and then that's it. Like, there was a bit where he was having that scene with Lois Lane where it was like a romantic scene and they were arguing that I was like, oh my god, is that what this movie's gonna be? And then it wasn't.
Well, the big part of why they're able to do that in this one is because very much in the beginning of the movie they have like the two to three sentences worth of text which are like, this is Superman's backstory, we all know it, you don't need to actually see it, we don't need to waste 20 minutes of screen time showing you the thing that you've seen dozens of times. It's exactly the same as it always is, which allows them to have more time of Superman actually being Superman.
Yeah, they're like, he's Superman already. He's been Superman a while. Don't ask any questions. You know this shit. Moving on. And then they move on. That all having been said. So the big spoiler of this is that the bad guy is basically Israel. Oopsies. Well, okay, no, that's not. I would say the bad guy's pretty much just Netanyahu. It's one of those conflicts where like.
Well, no. Technically, in the scenario of this movie, the bad guy, if you're making comparisons to real life figures, the bad guy would be. See, I know you're gonna say Donald Trump. I would say Vladimir Putin because Donald Trump is not nearly smart enough, and Vladimir Putin is the exact right amount of intelligence comparable.
I don't think he is. I think he's making. Oh, anyway. Okay, to be fair, the conflict in this movie, I'm sort of pseudo joking because I've seen a lot of people be like, this movie is pro-Palestine. and you got to remember this movie was written like 2023, I think, and it was sort of before the Palestine. I mean, Palestine and Israel has always been a thing, but it was really before that October 7th, and it really hit that fever pitch. So I think it's the kind of conflict, because initially I went, oh, this is obviously Ukraine, Russia, and then they showed the leader.
I don't think it's supposed to be directly comparable to anything. I think
let me finish. Let me finish. Initially I was like, oh, this is obviously Russia. He's obviously Putin. But then they were like, yeah, they're our allies, and so I think, and that's the beauty of this conflict, and I feel like that's what you were about to say, is that it's readable to anything, and that's what makes it work. It can be Russia, Ukraine. It can be. I mean, it leans a little more Palestine, Israel, only because the people who are being oppressed are very definitely like brown and.
Because see, when I saw it,
but
I there's a number of different real world situations which I attribute it to. The ones you stated, of course, but I also was like, oh, it's North and South Korea.
I mean that too.
There's just any number of ones that you can go, and that's what it is. It's not specifically calling out to any one specific. Yeah. It's supposed to evoke the feelings and emotions that any terrible situation like that would make you think of.
What's wild is this story, I believe, and I'm not going to say it with any sort of certainty or because I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's based on an actual, like, one of Superman's first comic book storylines.
Oh, I could believe that.
Same deal. He went in and he intervened without permission. I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same. And yeah, it's just one of those, like, kind of unfortunate. Like, I think I saw someone say it's the world that has become like a comic book. So the comic books reflect the real world too much now. And the one that made me laugh was the fact that the only difference between Lex Luthor and Donald Trump is the fact that Lex Luthor's super prison doesn't have alligators around it.
See, I was gonna say the only difference between Lex Luthor, I mean that's one, but one of the only other differences between Donald Trump and Lex Luthor is Lex Luthor is smart enough to get away with it.
But he doesn't. He doesn't get away with it.
One could argue that Donald Trump is the real cartoon supervillain because he has the one superpower that no cartoon supervillain ever has, which is the ability to never get in trouble for any of the shit that he does.
I mean, yeah, true. But yeah, I mean, I love the scenes. My favorite scene in that movie is the one where he's fighting the kaiju, and because I saw a lot of people like, oh, Superman just gets beat up. Yeah, but usually when he's getting beat up, it's usually in the middle of like helping people, or like he could have saved himself.
Yeah, like he's pulling punches.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's going. I enjoy the bits where he's going out of his way to prevent damage. I mean, to me, one of the most iconic images from this movie is the one of him saving the little girl. I've said it since that first trailer, and he's cradling her neck, like he's protecting her neck.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. There's so many good great moments. Or when he saves
you want an example of how
squirrel.
You want an example, yeah. You want an example of Superman being Superman? Yeah, it's literally the fight where they're fighting against the spoilers, where they're him and the Justice Powers.
We're in there.
Are fighting against he's fighting against the monster or whatever, and the Justice Pals show up, and like, yeah, Superman could have defeated that monster, but he was trying to save it so they could study it and look into it and stuff and relocate it.
Yeah, he wanted to relocate it. Yeah, and yeah.
So it's like, yeah, he definitely could have flown it into the sun and like killed it.
Absolutely could.
But he was trying not to kill it.
Exactly.
And that's what makes Superman in this
Superman. That's Superman. Or yeah, there's so many shots of him specifically saving civilians. It's like, yeah,
Superman,
because he's Superman.
He could have, when he was fighting against spoiler alert, what ends up being the clone of himself, which is Bizarro him. He could have probably snapped the neck and been done with it, but he didn't.
He certainly could have, but he didn't. But yeah, I love how he goes out of it. I love how they specifically when he defeats all of the shock troopers or whatever they were called. And yeah, and they go down. You specifically see them all hit the ground. It's like, it's very clear. No, they're alive. He didn't. Yeah. Like this movie again. This movie is a response, and I can see how people will be like could not like this. Like I could see how
I
I
can.
can see
And
it.
so then that ultimately is my main point with this movie is how much you like it ultimately depends on how much like, what version of Superman you most love. If you most love the new 52 version of Superman, then you want the Snyder version.
Nobody likes the new
Um,
52 version. Everyone just
if
likes the
you
Zack Snyder version of Spider-Man,
if
Superman.
you
No one cares about the new 52.
well, I mean, yeah, but that is the new 52
Yeah, but
version. So
most people don't know that.
regardless, anyways, it doesn't matter. Um, But if you prefer more like the Christopher Reeves version, like the classic Superman, the actual Superman is Superman. If anything, I would say this is more like the cartoon, like the
Yes, yes.
Justice League Unlimited version
I've
specifically.
seen people say that, and it's the absolute truth. If you like that cartoon, you're gonna fucking love this movie.
You
You
will
will
have a great time with
absolutely love,
this.
and it dials back Steve. See, it's so weird that people were like, they were like, oh, it's got that James Gunn. He has to undercut every serious moment with a joke, but because he doesn't. This is a really
I don't think it
subdued.
does.
This is a really subdued. I think all of the humor worked in the moment that it was working in. I didn't find that like Superman wasn't doing. I mean, yes, he has moments where he's, but not that they weren't uncharacteristic of Superman. Certainly of other versions of Superman who, yeah, they make jokes. Like maybe it's because I spent all week watching Superman stuff, but Superman makes jokes. Like he makes
Yeah.
jokes, he quips. That's a thing he
Now,
does.
I will be fair, and I do want to say, um, uh, maybe I want to revisit this, and I would like to watch this again when I'm further away, and I haven't just watched a bunch of really bad Superman stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um,
That's a fair point.
because I don't want to seem like I'm overly kind to this because I hate the Zack Snyder version, which to be fair, I do. I hate that version of Superman. I won't
Oh, but this is just
lie
a
about
good.
that.
This is just a
So that
good
no,
Superman
but
movie.
that's my point though, is like yes, I do think this is a good version, but am I overcorrecting in the other direction
No,
and being too kind?
I don't think
No,
so.
me personally
No, I don't think so.
being too kind because of how much I hated the other version.
No,
And I can't say that for sure
I can.
right now. Again, I'd like to revisit this
I can.
later
I can say
when I'm
again.
a little,
I will say
but
some of the special effects are not great. Like some of the Green Lantern effects in particular looked really quite kind of cheap.
oh, I feel like
Um,
the budget went to Superman for sure.
yeah, I love his like Top Gun style like close up like that he did that with Adam Warlock in Guardians 3 so he could do it in this and it looks great. Um, Lex Luthor's super prison. The scene where he shoots the guy in the head is genuinely upsetting.
Just
Metamorpho is
overall, it's
pretty
a real
awesome.
solid movie.
It's a real solid
Um,
movie. Nicholas Hoult as
I
Lex
would
Luthor is phenomenal.
I would say yeah, if you like that the more fun,
Go watch this.
charming version of Superman, go support this.
Go watch this. Just generally, it's a good movie. It's fun. The kids will love
Yeah.
it. It's not it's not overly scary. It's not overly
I mean,
intense.
that's the
This
thing that I have to give credit to, and this has nothing to do with the movie itself, but is past while theater etiquette has been terrible. Theater etiquette this time,
oh totally top
very,
notch.
very good.
The kids
Top
sat still.
notch.
The kids
Kids
got
were so engaged with this movie,
yeah
which really speaks to the movie's quality.
yeah. No, I think it's. I mean, I said that the Guardians movies were the least James Gunn, but these are the least James Gunn. Oh yeah, so the big spoiler is that
I mean, I would
Supergirl
my
shows
my,
up.
my thing too is like I wouldn't take a kid to watch any of the last like Batman versus Superman or
No.
Man of Steel. To me, those aren't like a family friendly Superman.
This is.
This is.
This is. Yeah, you could take your kid to a showing of this, a cheap 11 a.m. showing of this, and yeah, they're gonna have a great time. Yeah, the kids only got up like one time when they were bored, and in their defense, it was kind of a boring scene for them. I got it. I got it. It was like I get it, kids. I get why you're getting up for this. Yeah, the emotional stuff with Jonathan Kent was good. I love the Kents; they were fun. Yeah, the big spoiler in this is that at the end of it, Supergirl shows up, and it turns out that spoiler, Crypto is actually Supergirl's dog. I like her. She's really fun. I'm probably, if anything, more excited for for the Supergirl movie than I was before. The thing that was making me excited for that was what's his face is Lobo, but now I'm like, you know what? I'm down to watch her
Her
beat up
by Jason
Lobo.
Momoa.
Yeah, by Jason Momoa. I'm hoping to. I'm excited to see her be Lobo or beat up Lobo. Um, and
Here's what I'll say is for the longest time, Justin can attest how much I did not care for DC.
yeah, yeah.
And this has reinvigorated me and
Um,
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what else we get.
oh yeah. Also, and someone pointed this out. It was interesting. There was the theory that we'll do this to wrap it up before we do a big we don't do numbered ratings here, but we'll do a big recommend thumbs up or thumbs down. And if you want to give it a numbered rating, you're welcome to. I don't traditionally do numbered ratings, but there was an interesting cameo where Peacemaker shows up, which I called it, by the way. Hear that phone? Called it. Knew he was going to be in this. I was kind of hoping for a bit more of a bigger cameo because I fucking love that character, but he shows up and he's being interviewed about Superman, and in the DCEU, nobody likes Peacemaker. He's a loser asshole who nobody likes, and he's been put in jail, and he's not remotely famous. Like, nobody likes him. That's the whole bit. And so people thought that, and we talked about the theory that the Peacemaker that we see in the trailer for Peacemaker Season 2 is this universe's Peacemaker, and that at the end, the show's going to be about the DCEU Peacemaker, like, invading this show and taking over for the DCU Peacemaker. And so the theory is that that's the DCU Peacemaker. It's not the one from Season 1 that we saw.
Yeah, I believe that. I think I was a full supporter of that theory.
Yeah, and that seems like this confirms it. Oh yeah, Frank Grillo is there as Rick Flag Sr. He seems to be kind of the connective tissue between these things because he's been in 3 of them, and it's what's been connecting the universe. But yeah, I just think because that costume is practical, like, get him in the costume and get him doing cameos. Like, get him showing up every single time like you can. Like, just like, hey, bro, do you mind stepping into the CGI closet and putting on the Superman costume for an afternoon? Like, he seems to be excited about this.
He's young. He's hungry.
He's young. He's hungry. I'm very excited to see this version of Superman going forward. It is really fun, but also I get why the people who hate this hate this. I get it. It's not one of those times where I'm like, I don't get what people's beef is. When I was watching it, I was like, I get what people's beef is, and I think it's funny.
I get it. I think it's stupid, but I get it.
I personally enjoyed the part where Hawkgirl dropped Netanyahu to his death. I think I enjoyed that. No, I'm kidding.
Justin, you can't say that.
I can't say that online. I can't say that. I don't want to get canceled.
You're gonna get canceled. You're gonna get canceled. Get me canceled by association.
I don't want to be canceled. I don't want to be canceled. I don't want to. The only thing that would have been better if there was a
Justin. We're trying to make friends on the internet. Jeez,
it's a joke. I'm joking. Don't write blog posts. Or do cancel me and just make sure you say my name a lot. Hey, look, if I can't be famous, I'll take being infamous. Moving on.
Oh, Justin.
Moving on.
We're going to be the most infamous podcast on the internet.
This podcast is brought to you by, probably going to be long because we're 40 minutes in and we're just doing the news now. It's funny. It's going to be fun.
I mean, bold of you to assume that I have a lot to say about every single one of my movies.
That is pretty bold. Jordan, so remember how they were doing that Big Bang Theory spinoff?
The Stuart Minkus one?
Yeah. So Jordan, they revealed what it's going to be about.
Minkus. No, Minkus is Boy Meets World.
Stewart. We don't know his
Stewart
last name. The Stewart one. Stuart Bloom apparently is his last name. It was
the one that nobody was asking for.
Right. That brought back all the B characters. So you got Denise, Spurr, and Barry Kripke are going to be in it. And Jordan, I wasn't going to talk about this again. I had no desire to talk about this because I was like, what possibly could be there to be talked about this? Jordan, they revealed what this thing is about, and I need to tell you, it is utterly incredible. I kind of want to
In,
watch this
in,
show.
incredible bad, incredible good, incredible train wreck that you can't help but look at.
I'll let you decide. You tell me. So, okay, along with the official casting information, apparently it's been given an order at HBO Max. The show is set to follow Stewart, who is tasked with restoring reality after he breaks a device built by Leonard and Sheldon, accidentally bringing about a multiverse Armageddon. Stewart is aided in his quest by his girlfriend Denise, geologist friend Bert, and quantum physicist slash all-around pain in the ass Barry Kripke. Along the way, they meet alternate universe versions of characters we've come to know and love from The Big Bang Theory. And as the title implies, things don't go well. And I'm sorry, fucking what?
Oh, Justin, can you see that shark? Wave to that shark we just jumped. Hello, shark. Hello, shark. Can you see the shark?
I mean, Jordan.
Justin, they full on jumped the
It's
shark.
kind of an incredible shark, though.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You can't tell me you're not interested in watching him go to a universe
of course I
where
am.
Leonard is Sheldon and Sheldon is Leonard. Come on.
But you can you see that shark that they jumped? They jumped the shark.
Or they're gonna bring back all of the characters and they're gonna be played by different actors every time, so they don't have to bring back the original cast. I guarantee you that's what this is. Like,
oh, probably.
But like, what is this? Is it a single camera sitcom?
And like you have like one episode where you get them back.
Questions. Oh yeah, you'll get one episode where they come back, and it'll absolutely. Or they'll be back for
either that,
they'll come back for the
this
pilot.
Is the way. Either that, or they're back for like a lot of the episodes, and this was the only way they could get them interested. Is okay, sure, but we want to play different versions of the character every single time.
Maybe.
Because for years, the reason why the guy who plays Sheldon didn't want to be Sheldon anymore is because he's like, well, I've taken him as far as I can. Where else can you take him?
You go to a universe where he's Leonard.
Where he's Leonard, or no, there'll be a universe where he's Penny.
I mean,
and Penny is him.
Neighbor? I don't know. No, I want the neighbor. I mean, the only universe I really want is
Justin.
Where Leonard gets to be Sheldon.
That universe, Justin. That universe will be a universe where all the other people are hot, and he still looks like Sheldon, and that's what makes him hot in that universe.
All right,
is it's a completely opposite universe.
Well, yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Though, is how much of the original cast is going to come back for this? Like, they're going to alternate universes involving the Big Bang Theory. This feels unusually ambitious for a Big Bang Theory, for the second Big Bang Theory spinoff. Like
is one of the universes that they're going to go to. I mean, this definitely has to be a thing, right? Where one of the universes is like, it's the cast of the young Sheldon crew are going to be in it,
I mean,
and like they're going to show up.
Definitely. I mean, there's no way. Oh yeah, no, sorry. It's the third spinoff. Sorry, third. I forgot about Georgie and Mandy, which, as an aside, I think it's from. Actually, it's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually kind of funny. But yeah. There's another thing. Yeah, where they can come back. Like, surely, what are they doing with this? Like, I was not interested in the show. Now I am.
Like, this is definitely just a. If I'm talking cynically, this is definitely just a method for them to test a bunch of different Big Bang Theory spin-off ideas that they can then take and turn into completely different shows, right?
Theoretically, yeah.
So like one of these universes that they'll go to will be a single camera version of the Big Bang Theory, where we have a younger version of Sheldon and a younger version of Leonard and stuff, and then that'll be the version that they continue going on for to go into the single camera version of the Big Bang Theory, and that's just a completely different universe.
Or they go to a universe where it's like our universe, but Sheldon is Ian Armitage instead. That's the kid from Young Sheldon. How many universes are they gonna do? How
many episodes are there? How many episodes have they signed for? Right?
Yeah, it doesn't say. Yeah. I'm truly fascinated. Like, you just know. This is giving. They get this. What this gives. On budget and on how much I can tell you they're going to spend on this. It's giving real only Sheldon and Leonard come back, and they're just in the pilot energy.
Yeah.
Like, it's giving like it has a great premise, and it never lives up to its premise, and the only ones who come back are Leonard and Sheldon, and they only do the pilot. And you never see another Big Bang Theory character act.
If even Leonard. Like, to me, this reads like you get like Jim Parsons to come back for the one episode because he has come back and done voiceovers and stuff.
And Amy,
So like,
but it's
okay,
gonna.
okay, fair enough. You get him and Amy to come back,
It's absolutely
and
no.
it's
I believe they could
it's
get Leonard. I believe they could swing Leonard.
I don't know.
Well, not
He's
that they're
not come
swinging him.
back for like anything.
They're paying him to come back. They're paying him to come back, and he's only coming back for the one episode. And him and Sheldon are all over the marketing for this.
Maybe the first and last episode.
That's yeah. It'll be like that. It'll be like
And
that,
and they recorded it in one day.
it'll be like that.
How I Met Your Mother.
No, I was gonna say it'll be like that Wizard show that was giving Selena Gomez is only in the pilot energy, and you went, no,
yeah.
Justin, no, she's also in the finale, and then we were both right.
Because we watch way too much movie and televisions.
So Jordan.
Well, I mean, clearly we need to be in Hollywood because we predict all their shit.
So Jordan, or their shit's just that predictable.
I mean, that's my point. We predict all their shit, so then we can come up with a new thing that is different than all their things.
So Jordan, Will Friedle has very sadly confirmed that he will probably, well, he doesn't think he can play Batman again, for a very sad reason and tragic reason. Jordan, what reason do you think that might be?
Because they rebooted the universe and it would be a different person now.
He said, if you asked me that question 3 years ago, he would have said, oh my God, yes. Get me in front of that microphone right now. But he says, now that Kevin's gone, I don't know if I could do it again.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
fair.
think that. I think that they would need to recast both roles. Being Terry and not having him answer as Bruce, I don't think I could do it. Which, like, totally fair.
That's fair.
That is totally fair.
I understand.
I understand.
It's like how he doesn't do the Feeney call anymore because he passed it on to the girls.
Okay, so Jordan, you know that very famous franchise with those transforming robots with that famous catchphrase,
Robots?
"I'll transform and kill you."
Oh, you're talking about Transformers.
Jordan, you're never gonna guess who might be coming back. I cannot say as to whether this appears that it's fairly certain. He certainly says he's returning to it.
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay's coming back to Transformers.
Gross. Gross.
Well, here's
Gross.
the thing, Jordan.
Gross.
Here's the thing.
Disgusting.
Boo and yuck, ultimately.
Boo and
Boo,
hiss.
hiss, and yuck. But also, hear me out. Hear me out.
Stop messing up my childhood toys.
Hear me out, Jordan. Hear me out. What if he had a different and substantially better writer? What if we took the Transformers 1 writer who wrote a good Transformers movie that did badly, and we made it look like a Michael Bay movie that made money? What if we did that?
Boo. Boo and hiss.
Still boo and hiss. All right. Okay, fair enough.
I want more Bumblebee, less Michael Bay.
That is completely fair. I am pretty boo and hiss as well. I am reasonably boo and hiss.
Like I'm not so far as to say let's form a mob, and do something about it. But I am far enough that I'm like, no, boo and hiss.
Jordan. Apparently,
although a mob does sound pretty fun.
Apparently, this was funny to me. I saw this story pop up. But,
sometimes you just gotta mob it up, you know.
Gotta get that angry mob together and exact mob justice. Jordan, apparently, supposedly, allegedly, they're working on Garfield 2, second Garfield, with Chris Pratt as being involved. It's weird that it's funny because I saw this story pop up and it was like, yeah, it says Garfield 2 movie announced, Chris Pratt's involvement revealed, which like.
He was Garfield. He would have to be involved.
He would have to be involved. It's an odd thing. It's an odd way to put it. Unless he's like producing it. But yeah, he announced it apparently on, I think it was his Instagram, with a picture of a pizza. And it made everyone mad.
Yes. Garfield's classic food of choice, pizza. Not that other famous Italian thing that they love to eat, lasagna.
I mean,
Pizza. Pizza is the thing that Garfield is known for. He hates Mondays and he eats Justin fill in the blank. And if you say pizza, I will get up, go over to where you are and smack you.
I mean, Jordan, Garfield eats everything. He's a fat piece of
No,
shit.
that's not his classic food. His classic food is lasagna.
I mean,
You answered incorrectly. Now I have to make the slow, arduous task of getting up and beating you to death.
well, hold on. I mean, yes, Garfield iconically does eat lasagna, but he also eats everything else. So, like, he just eats food. He just is known as a guy who eats. So,
No,
like,
no, but his classic food is
yeah, but you
lasagna.
can't
That's what he's
out
known
coming
for.
soon in fucking lasagna.
Sure you could.
You know you
You
could
could use
have.
you could use
could not
lasagna
have.
noodles. Sure you could.
It was an adjacent Italian food that you can spell out coming soon in.
No.
People are
No.
being weird and pedantic
No.
about this.
No.
It's
I call
dumb.
bullshit.
It's a dumb thing
No.
to get mad about.
No.
Calm down. He also eats pizza.
No. Fuck that. I call bullshit. Nay nay.
Jordan.
I say nay nay.
Have we talked about how they're making they're Jordan. I mean, well, we're gonna pretend we never talked about this before. Jordan, they're making a Hot Wheels movie. Hot Wheels leading the way.
Are they? I mean, they've made dozens of them, so that's not new.
Like I'm talking when Jordan, whenever for to be clear.
Did we talk about this?
I feel
We talk
like
about
did.
a lot of
Whenever
things.
I say they're making a blank movie, just assume that straight to DVD slop doesn't count as a movie.
Oh. I mean, I think there were still wasn't there a live action Hot Wheels?
No, they've
one?
never made a Hot Wheels movie.
Maybe I'm thinking of Need for Speed.
You are absolutely thinking of Need for Speed. So they brought in, and I'm pretty
Or,
sure.
Yeah, we did talk about this because we said that it probably will just feel like the Speed Racer one.
Well, I think I said it should be like the Speed Racer one, where it's like they're racing in weird plastic-looking tubes because that's what Hot Wheels is.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Hold
I mean,
on.
that movie really does when you forget that it's Speed Racer. That movie in particular really just reads as a Hot Wheels movie.
It really does. So they've brought in John Chu to direct it, and I'm pretty sure.
Yay, that guy! Hooray!
You've seen a bunch of shit he's directed. I mean, starting with he directed Wicked.
Yay!
He directed apparently he only did Now You See Me 2. He did not. Did he do Now You See Me 1? This says he only did Now You See Me 2. He did.
All right.
The
Anyways,
second G.I. Joe movie.
So he's doing this one, this Hot Wheels movie that is probably going to be forgettable.
So I was trying to see. I thought he did. If that's someone. Oh, I think that might be Justin Chu. But I thought maybe he did. Fast and the Furious. Yes, he's going to be directing it. He says Hot Wheels has always been about more than speed. It's been about imagination, connection, and the thrill of play. Bringing that spirit to the big screen is an incredible opportunity. All right then. I don't really. I guess unless you make it like cartoonish cars, I don't really know how it just doesn't become a generic racing flick.
Right. I mean, to me, the way that you do it and make it interesting is like you shrink him down and find out that there's like a society of tiny people that live in his house and they like racing with the Hot Wheels cars.
Yes,
and
that would be fun. Yeah, make it where it's literally actually Hot Wheels.
That'd
be fun.
Like you make it where, kind of like the Lego movie, where it's like, they actually look like the Hot Wheel cars.
Then that's fun. Otherwise, it's just another racing movie.
Yeah, otherwise, it just becomes again like that Speed Racer movie or like any generic racing movie that exists.
So, this isn't so much news, but it was a fun thing, and it's tied to Superman. I sent you a clip of it. We never ended up talking about it, but it was a clip from one of the more recent episodes of Rick and Morty, where James Gunn is in it and Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
And they run into each other at the cafeteria, and he's like, "I just saw your new cut of Superman. A word of advice: he's the man of steel, not the man of conversation." I said that was interesting to me because if you were to guess, would you say that that's actually them?
I mean, no, I wouldn't have thought so.
It is. That is actually them.
Yeah, I know in the thing it says that they were, and no, I wouldn't if I didn't know, like if you didn't tell me that it was, I wouldn't, but that's because I don't know them.
Yeah, fair enough. I know. I mean, I've seen enough of James Gunn
Like
talking
not
that I
well
recognize
enough
him.
to
But
I wouldn't recognize the
I
voice.
thought that was funny. They both had a good sense of humor, and they took the piss out of each other, and I thought it was pretty funny. And yeah, people don't get that they're friends. They're actually friends. Like they're like, why can't our fans get along? Because we're actually friends. Um,
Because people are so worked up, then they can only think that they're the correct ones.
that
And this
is
is the point
this
where I look straight at the camera and say, my opinions are my own, and they do not reflect every person in the world's opinion. You're allowed to think differently than me, and that's
no,
okay.
no, you're not, Jordan. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to think differently. We all have to uniformly think the same way about
We have to
everything.
all blindly agree on one exact precise thing, and it has to be the one precise thing that I think. And if it's not precisely the one thing that I think, then you're stupid and you should feel bad about yourself.
You also have to think about it the exact way I do, because if you don't, I'm kicking you out.
I'm kicking you off the planet.
I'm kicking you off of the boat. Um,
I rule this apartment with an iron fist. You're gonna have to leave. Conform to the way that I think or leave. Well,
I will not conform, and
then you're gonna have to
I
leave.
will not leave.
Well, well, then we're gonna have to start this apartment's first civil war.
So it's really funny, right? So my big thing is I've always said, um, you shouldn't have to do homework in order to understand a movie, but my opinion on superhero stuff of being like, you don't need to do a stupid goddamn fucking origin for the 100th time. I mean, that I saw a video about Superman
Depends on the character.
of a mutual of mine on TikTok who was like, oh, it doesn't tell you the origin, and you might be like, no, if unless the origin differs from, he comes from Krypton, he landed in Kansas, and his parents are Jonathan and Martha Kent, you don't need to explain anything. People will just understand that so it's sort of the same
That,
thing with
to be fair, though,
um,
that's where I say, though, it depends on the character. Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, yes. But, like, for example, if they came out with a Cyborg movie,
sure,
not everybody's going to
or
know
like
Cyborg's
they did a
backstory.
Plastic Man movie, then I'd be
Yeah,
like, yeah,
you'd
okay,
probably
you have to
need a
show how he
backstory.
became a Plastic Man. I get that. Um, But oh yeah, apparently in Superman you can see the JSA in the Hall of Justice. You can see the JSA in the background. So apparently they exist in this universe.
Interesting.
Anyway, I meant to point that out earlier. Anyway, um, so that all having been said, the Fantastic Four is one of those characters where you don't need to do their origin. We get it. They went into space and they got powers. The details of that don't matter. And so
No,
they've
you can do what this one did, where you have a quick little text
right.
blurb
And
if you need to.
the beautiful thing about comic books is you could do a comic, and that's what the Fantastic Four have done. They have released a comic. Oh, interesting. They've released a comic that is the origin to this new version of the Fantastic Four,
Huh, cool.
and apparently it's a one shot that was going to hit stores. It's already hit stores because it said it was going to hit it on July 9th. And apparently the MCU versions don't get their powers from cosmic rays.
Huh. Well, all right then.
Um, As per the comic, the group gained their powers by accidentally bathing in celestial radiation during one of their expeditions to space instead of cosmic rays. Oh, interesting.
I'm sure that'll be important.
That definitely changes stuff. That explains a lot. That explains Galactus' interest in their planet. It's probably going to be tied to that, if I had to guess. Also, we I guess we might as well talk about it a little bit. We're talking Fantastic Four. I was trying to avoid that final trailer, and it got hoisted on me when we were watching
Superman.
watching Superman. It doesn't give away too much though, which is good. But yeah, the Ben Grimm with the beard. I don't know why he has a beard. That's very strange. Especially because he doesn't. He just yeah, it's strange. Anyway, Jordan, let's okay. No, we'll wrap this up. No, I'm gonna cut that. Well, unless it's a wrestler we know. It's not. We're gonna cut that. We know there was another Street Fighter casting news. We're gonna cut that. So sometimes I see news articles, Jordan, where it's like, why would you ask that? Why? So Jordan, the title of
What?
this
Who, what, where, when, how,
The
why?
title of this article, Jordan. James Gunn on if Superman would save Hitler from dying.
Uh, who? What? Mm, Depends on the version of Superman.
Says okay. During an appearance on the
Is
armchair.
is ultimately my answer.
That's
Depends on
true.
the version of Superman.
Certain ones would probably have laser beamed him in the eyes. But so during an
Certain
appearance,
versions would be like I don't have to I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you. That
yeah.
would be a lot of them.
During an appearance on the Armchair Expert podcast, James Gunn discussed Superman's moral code in a conversation with Dax Shepard and Monica Padman. Gunn stated, "He's an idealist, never kill no matter what." In response, Shepard said, "Maybe you don't have to save Hitler?" To which Gunn replied, "He'd probably save Hitler. He would have to. That's his code." And like James Gunn's version of Superman, I feel like he probably it'd be a case of like he'd be like, "Hey man, you know you don't have to be Hitler, right?" And he'd be like, "Oh, I have to be Hitler," and they'd be like, "All right," and then he probably wouldn't save him from getting killed by a space alien or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just such a weird thing to weird thing to ask. Do you think
It's
Superman would have saved Hitler? I mean, he was around when Hitler was alive, so fundamentally,
some version of him was.
yeah, there's a version of him that did actively fight Hitler.
Yeah, yeah. I don't. Certain versions, maybe. Most versions, I feel like would be like I don't. It would depend on what situation Hitler found himself in, and if it was a situation of his own making. Like if it was a situation of his own making, then no, Superman would kind of just let it play out. But if it's like an alien is invading the planet and he happens to save Hitler,
Yeah, you're not wrong.
like I don't think he would go out of his way to save Hitler, but like he might save the situation, which also happens to save like a lot of the times he saves the planet, which also happens to save the Joker.
Right.
But
Well,
it's not like he's saving the Joker.
I feel like if like
If that makes sense.
I know that. No, I do get what you're saying. I feel like if he were to like know who Hitler was, and it was a case of like, oh, Hitler's on a very tall building, and you know it's about to, you know, break apart, and Hitler's falling, and he's about to hit the ground and go splat. I feel like Superman's not going to keep flying. He'll swoop down and save Hitler, but then he'll take Hitler off to be put in like a jail suitable for Hitler.
Yeah, in jail or something like that. Yeah,
or like trial to stand trial. You know, he's not going to like summarily execute him, I guess is the point.
No, well, again, certain versions would.
Certain versions of him absolutely would. Like an Injustice Superman would put Hitler down like a filthy dog.
Yeah.
Like he would not
hesitate. Or like
Sun,
an early days Red Sun version.
Red Sun version of him very likely probably would have. In fact, I think he probably did.
He probably did, considering
I'm pretty sure he did.
He ruled most of the world, you know, so James, I'm gonna say he probably did.
The Zack Snyder version of him would be like, "Don't make me snap your neck," and then like briefly consider it and then snap his neck.
Or just toss him into the Phantom Zone.
Just toss him.
In fact, that's probably what most versions of him would do. Is they would save him, and you say take him off to be courted. No, he would be like, no, he's not going to get justice he deserves. Phantom Zone.
No. See, I'm saying
my own
James
personal
Gunn version.
My own personal prison.
He would take him to like a government.
Oh yeah, that version would. Yeah.
He absolutely would. Anyway, let's do a slew of trailers, Jordan. It's time for some trailers. It's time for trailer time. We don't have a fun segment name for trailers. Someone come up with one for us.
Trailing trailers.
Trailing the trailers. See, my podcast listeners, they do trailers ahoy, and it's on a boat. I don't want to steal from them. We need a fun trailer section. Let's start with Jordan, King of the Hill. Let's start with the new King of the Hill trailer. This article says that they revealed the voice of the new voice of Khan. They didn't. They've announced who it is.
I didn't hear it in that trailer.
You know? Do you watch The Daily Show ever? You see clips
other than when it pops up on TikTok and stuff. Not really.
Okay. You know the Asian guy from the Daily Show?
Not
I'll
specifically.
see if I can find some later. He's Khan, and if I were to be that guy, I'd be like, he's technically Korean. I think he's not Laotian. Just saying.
Yeah, but there wasn't there a guy who originally did him white?
He was very white. Yeah, he now
Yeah,
he
so
very coolly took over as Dale, so he's now the new Dale, which I think is pretty cool.
ooh,
The guy who played Khan, he played Khan and he played Cotton. He is now playing Dale.
oh, interesting.
Yeah, he took over
I
for.
guess maybe that's what that trailer means is when they say that you hear the voice of Khan because you hear Dale in that trailer.
Yeah, no, I think the art. I think it's the article's just worded properly. I think they meant like the voice has been revealed who it is, just like it's generally been revealed.
Maybe. I don't
You
know.
don't really hear it in
Dale
that trailer,
sounds
no.
Dale sounds weird,
He sounds a
but I
little
get it.
weird, but to be fair, that what we he the original Dale is Dale for like the first 5 or 6 episodes, something like that, and it's only for like the last few that the new guy takes over. So it could just be he was I think he died of cancer, I think. So it just might have
Something
been.
like that. Yeah,
And also
he passed.
He's older, so they can all sound different.
That's why I yeah it
I've seen a lot
but
of people
it's
be
good to
like
see that it's good to see that Peggy is still
conceited as hell. Yeah.
conceited irritating person.
Yeah, to be fair, I saw some people say that Hank doesn't sound quite right. Yeah, but Hank's older. He's like 20 years older. Of
Yeah,
course he doesn't
they're all
sound-
older.
Yeah.
They're gonna sound a little bit off.
It's funny. It's a funny trailer. It made me laugh. I just like the
I'm
I
not a nepo baby.
I'm not a nepo baby. Or my other favorite bit was I'm gonna give you 5 stars because
4 stars.
because there's always room for improvement. I've been saying that all week. I said it to Jordan yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Bobby's funny. I like that Bobby's a slut. That's funny.
Um,
I don't.
yeah, it looks fun.
I'm
It looks
not.
fun.
I'm not a lover of the fact that they haven't really aged up the voice, but I get it. It's a cartoon. It's what you do in shows like that. But I feel largely the same way whenever they do future episodes with Bart, and it's still Nancy Cartwright, and you're like, oh my god, did his balls never drop? Like, what the fuck? Then I've seen people justify by being like, well, some people are just like that. Their voice just doesn't drop, and I'm like, not really. Not by that age. Certainly your voice starts to drop by that age at the very least. But to be fair, you don't really hear him talk in it a ton. This trailer is really more about how Hank is bored now that he's retired. And I think that's funny. That is a funny premise. Well, they're both retired, but he's bored by it. Yeah, he's bored by it. So it'll be interesting to see if we see how many apparently lots of characters coming back. I'm really hoping. I mean, obviously, if Bill's coming back, I'm really hoping Buck comes back. Like, I want to see he's like something's happened to him. What's happened to him since Hank's been gone? Yeah, I love the give him the. Give him
I
the
mean,
hug.
I don't know. Buck was always supposed to be older than Hank, so he's probably dead.
Maybe he's dead. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? His lifestyle certainly didn't lend itself to living a long time. That is for sure. Yeah, I'm really excited for this. I think it looks funny, and there's a lot of stuff in it that just genuinely made me laugh. Where I was like, this is King of the Hill, and like I don't know.
Yeah.
As I've gotten older, I've developed a love for King of the Hill that's way stronger. Not that I would say I like it better than The Simpsons now, but like it definitely has it's definitely there in my heart in the same place as Family Guy.
Well, I
and The
mean,
Simpsons is.
I think for me the thing with King of the Hills is, especially when you compare it to The Simpsons, is it aged
Yeah, they allowed their characters to age.
like
Yeah.
it. Well, not even just the characters, but like the show aged. It's different, right? And because the characters are allowed to be older, the show being older and different now too works because they have allowed their
Yeah.
characters to change. Whereas The Simpsons, I haven't watched The Simpsons in years, and that's because it stagnated. It was always the same.
does.
The characters don't change. Everything is always the same. There's slight variations. But like
Yeah,
Bart is always Bart, Homer is always Homer. Like, they
thing,
don't-
My thing with the
There's
Simpsons
no
is it's really
growth.
it's really like plumbing the depths of what it can do with its characters because you're hitting the point where it's like, oh yeah, in a recent episode it was like Mo and Nelson are bonding, and you're like, whoa, man, we must really be desperate if we're doing a
Yeah,
Mo.
they've done
or like,
everything.
Or like there's an episode where they met Comic Book Guy's family, and you're like, whoa, man, we must. He's like a third or he's like a tertiary character at best. Like we're devoting a whole episode to him, really.
Well, it just harkens back to
character episodes, character modes. Like they've already done this.
it harkens back to when they did like because they've had a few backdoor pilots for different shows over the years, and there was one that I remember that they did where it was supposed to develop into like you follow around the citizens of
Yep. Yeah,
Springfield,
the many stories of Springfield.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and you see the different people and stuff, and that's kind of just what the show has become.
Kind of a little bit, yeah. I mean, but that having been said, I've seen a lot of clips. Thanks to TikTok, I've seen clips from like modern Simpsons, and it's funny. Like, there's legit clips that have popped up where I'm like, I think I've sent a few. Like, there's like one of my favorite jokes. Like, there's some running jokes that they've introduced that are like legitimately funny. Like, there's one where it's my favorite one where they did a crossover with Futurama. I sent it to you, but they
Yeah,
do a
yeah,
crossover.
that was after the Simpso
Sintorama. Yeah,
Futurama,
and
yeah, whatever.
so now Bender is just in their basement, just randomly in the background. I think that, and apparently they referenced it on the new Futurama episode. So like, I that's funny. That's funny. And there's been some jokes which are like, no, like this is actually fine. I'd be like, there's some sharp writing on there, and it's a shame because it's being buried under the weight of being The Simpsons. I think. Yeah, like I do think that yeah they should do a. I don't know, it's too hard for them now. I don't think they could do it now, but they should have. They should have skipped ahead, and then yeah, that would have allowed the poor voice actors to allow the characters' voices to get older, so it doesn't sound quite as jarring. So every video with Marge doesn't have a comment that says it sounds like she's killing a cat. Um,
Right? Well, that's yeah. I mean, so yeah, you're basically saying the same thing that I did, which is the Simpsons should have done what King of the
oh,
Hill did
absolutely.
and allowed their shit to age.
If you're gonna keep the show around, absolutely you should have. Next trailer. Oh yeah, the trailer for Foodtopia, which looks
No,
weird.
no, no. I
They've
haven't seen that show. What's going on in that trailer means nothing to me. Makes no sense. It's nonsensical. I will not. No,
they've weaponized
no,
the humans. Like they control them via their butts. Still, it's
no.
just very bizarre. I didn't send you this
Stupid
trailer,
looking. Looks
but
dumb.
they're doing. I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen the trailer for this. I doubt you have. But there's a new SpongeBob movie coming to theaters.
Yeah, I saw something about
It's
that.
called The Search for SquarePants.
That was the one. Yeah, I heard something about that, and I was like, "Oh, we're still doing this, eh?"
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the premise of it. It says in the film, SpongeBob SquarePants must embark on a journey to the ocean's depth to face the Flying Dutchman's ghost, where he'll be encountering challenges and uncovering marine mysteries. And like, I saw the
Yay.
trailer for this, and the thing that made me go, hmm, is I think I rewatched it and it was hard to tell because it went by so fast. But you remember the one with Antonio Banderas.
No?
It's the one where they become superheroes at the end randomly.
Oh, I never watched it, but yeah.
You have absolutely watched it. We watched it together when we were really stoned once. It's the one with the psychic dolphin, and it ends with the. You have the song on your in your playlist, but
Oh, is that from that one?
yeah, the
Are you
rapping seagulls.
are you sure that's from that one?
Yep, that is absolutely from that one with
I don't think that's from that one.
it is yeah because he goes the reason why they run into the to the dolphin is because Antonio Banderas steals the Krabby Patty formula, and everyone thinks it's plankton. And they go to the future, and that's when they meet the psychic dolphin, and then he sends them back to the past.
Okay, I'm gonna take your word
Yeah,
for
we
it.
got really high one day and we watched it. But anyway, he looks like he's in the trailer, so this looks like it's a sequel to that movie, which like that movie was genuinely really funny and an absolute fever dream. So like I think they end up going back to in time to like last week. Maybe we'll have to watch it again for this. But otherwise, I'm like the search for SquarePants implies that it's going to be the other cast looking for SpongeBob, and I'm just surprised it's going to theaters considering that Plankton one did not. It went very specifically straight to Netflix.
I
Um,
don't know. What I do know is that I saw on TikTok there was I'm assuming it was an episode where future SpongeBob goes back in time to like the first
yeah,
episode, and they've got the different animation style, and I think the voice is different.
he goes and he gives the He gives
him the spatula.
The spatula, yeah, for thus closing the loop and allowing him to go get the job at the Krusty Krab.
Was my roundabout way of saying I didn't even realize that he was a different voice.
It's not a different voice. It's the same voice. It's still.
I don't know. All I know is that the animation and everything looked different, and I heard in the comments people were saying back when SpongeBob was good, which implied that there's something different.
No, yeah, they have not recast anybody, as far as I know anyway. I feel like if they had, I would have heard something.
I don't know.
I'm
not a big enough SpongeBob fan to care.
I am. I love SpongeBob. Not so much anymore, but I used to love SpongeBob. I was a huge SpongeBob fan. That is.
I mean,
it.
I remember being more on the Danny Phantom, Timmy Turner, that side of Nickelodeon, and not so much on the SpongeBob side.
I'm ready.
Like when I was a kid, Jimmy Neutron,
Jimmy.
on the actual quote unquote story based side, and the less juvenile, we're gonna blow bubbles side.
Jimmy Neutron. That's it, Jordan. That's the news. Set up professional audio. Oh my god! It didn't cut out. It did. It did. That's very strange. Hey, I wonder. Sorry, everybody. You're seeing me. How do I? Hold on.
I mean, no. The audio has been noticeably different. I had to turn down my gain and turn you up because I was overpowering you on my end.
That's funny. Oh, how do I?
So I've definitely noticed the difference between the two. Also, I have been able to hear 100% of what you've been saying this time.
There we go. Original sound from musician. Recommended for studio environments. Okay, well, maybe that'll make things sound better.
So this episode is brought to you by...
Yeah, you actually heard the whole. Sorry, you heard Jordan do the whole news song. Normally it completely cuts out most of it. So, you know, I guess that means we're going to be sticking on Zoom.
Everybody can hear the joke.
Everyone can hear the joke. I don't know. I think the joke is sort of kind of funny that no one ever totally hears the whole thing. I think that is in itself kind of funny. Anyway.
You've covered us still on the actual... Oh, there we go. Now you've closed it.
Yes, there's a delay. So today's episode is brought to you by Vizard.ai. Jordan, you don't make videos or produce content. But Jordan, if you were to produce content, let's get rid of that. Get out of here, mouse. If you were to produce content and you need to do a bunch of it, a lot, really quickly. Why is that mouse not going away? There we go. And you need to do a lot. You could use the wonderful tool that is Vizard.ai. With Vizard.ai and their helpful workspace and automated tools, you can take a, say, 2-hour podcast or hour podcast or whatever, what have you, put it into Vizard.ai, and it will split it up into a bunch of clips that you can either completely export on their own and use them as is, or you can edit them using their handy edit features. You can add captions, you can add media, you can do whatever you want to them. And if you're really lazy like me and you don't like writing video descriptions, it will also help you create a video description. And it also has a little handy-dandy virality meter that tells you how the potential of how viral the clip that they have selected for you will go. It is very helpful if you need to create massive output on short form content. And if you click the link in our description, it helps the show out, and it lets them know that we sent you. And yeah, go to Vizard.ai today. They're really helpful. Let AI do the boring work. Don't let it do the fun work. This is not going to override any creativity. It's not generative AI. It's literally an AI helping tool. So yeah, Vizard.ai. Click the link in the description below.
Hey.
So, today on today's show in the second half, and part 2, if you will, I wanted to tackle some... well, initially it started off as medieval fantasy, but there wasn't really a ton of medieval fantasy I was all that interested in. So it really just became fantasy generally. Yeah. And, Jordan, we'll start with Jordan. I normally have a much more longer intro, but I don't really have one. It's just, it's fantasy stuff.
It's fantasy. We did fantasy.
We did fantasy.
So Justin, my first rapid fire. Have you ever thought to yourself, man,
No.
I really want to
Never thought to myself.
I really. Oh well, all right. I guess then we'll just end it right there then, because he's never thought to
I've
himself.
never had a.
Have you ever thought? Have you ever had the thought that, man, I really want to enjoy the classic literature of 1851's novel Moby Dick, but in a more fantasy style film format, where instead of it being about a whale, it's about a white dragon.
Jordan, I can literally say I've never once had that thought.
Well, since you've definitely had that thought, you definitely should check out the movie Age of Dragons, which is just Moby Dick, but with dragon.
I think it was the part of it that was funny in your description of it was how they still have all of the same names.
Oh yes, no, it's literally
It's just Moby Dick.
I'm not being doing a tongue-in-cheek winky-eyed joke here. It is literally the harpooner main character is literally Ishmael. He joins Ahab on and his crew on the Pagoda, which is the name of the armored land boat that hunts for dragons.
And Jordan, spoiler alert, let me guess, he doesn't catch the white dragon?
Oh no. The dragon ultimately is Ahab's doom.
Because that's the whole thing with Moby Dick, everybody is.
And it's just Moby Dick.
He doesn't find the dragon. He doesn't get the whale. That's kind of the whole point. It's a story about blind ambition.
They want the explosive liquid substance inside the fire-breathing winged creatures, which some would say is attributable to the oil that one used to get from whales, which is a fire-like burning substance.
Is that why he wanted Moby Dick?
I believe that's the idea. Yes.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, no.
Again,
the reason why he wanted
Moby Dick.
The reason why he wanted Moby Dick, if this is similar to the original story,
it was also revenge.
Which in every other way it has been, is because Moby Dick kills his sister.
Yeah, it's revenge.
It's revenge. That's ultimately why Ahab wants. But what all the other members of his crew are hunting for are are dragons for their flame-like substance, which again, if it's like the original, I have to assume that in the original they want just regular whales so that they can hunt down. And so there's literally a character in this one who is like the best friend companion of Ishmael, who is a Native American, who later on in the thing is upset because they kill like a whole bunch of dragons, which if it's like the original, I assume in the original it's whales, and he's upset because they don't harvest all of the dragons and stuff, because Ahab is obsessed with the one that got away, which is not called Moby Dick in this one, but is just Moby Dick, so I'm going to be calling it Moby Dick.
I'm pretty confident in the original book they don't call it Moby Dick.
Probably not.
But I don't know. Someone's going to lecture me about Moby Dick.
And so he's upset, and he's like, ultimately, I'm going to die because we didn't harvest all of these dragons, and it's just Moby Dick, Justin. It's just Moby Dick.
Jordan, did this make you want to go watch or listen to or read Moby Dick?
No, because I felt like I just listened to Moby Dick. I mean, they had the characters' names. It felt like what Moby Dick probably was like. I don't really think that I really needed to. Came out in 2011. 91 minutes long.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Jordan, what is this called? Moby Dick, but it's a dragon?
This is called Moby Dick ... But it's a dragon.
But it's a dragon.
No, it's called Age of the Dragons.
It's so funny because like for something that's just so, I think it's because it's so lazily and transparently Moby Dick. Like it just kind of sounds like the equivalent of like someone taking an essay and just crossing out every time it says whale, crossing out dragon.
Dragon. Yes, that's exactly what this is.
Like,
and then instead of saying ship, it's land ship, and there's literally like a crew of 5 people that are running the land ship.
Instead of being like boat, it's like land ship.
And so like there's points where they're like anchor us down, and instead of there being like an anchor they toss on the ground, like by the wheels, these little spike poles come down onto the ground, so it's anchoring them.
But you're on land. Anyway, Jordan, is that it? I can't with this.
Oh, there's really not much more to say about this. Although
we have too much to get to.
Say
we don't have time.
I will say it did not do well.
No, fair enough. We don't have time to talk about how it's just Moby Dick.
It's just Moby Dick.
Jordan, we're at an hour and a half, and we're just starting the actual second half of the show, Jordan. Jordan, we talked way too long about Superman because that movie was really, really good. Anyway, that was it.
That was it for that
All right.
one.
So my first one was, I honestly, the reason why I went fantasy is because this next movie popped into my head as something I wanted to watch. And you know how this works, Joe. When I want to watch a movie, I contrive a reason to do it for the show, so I have an excuse to watch it.
Of course, as one does.
As one does. And this movie, Jordan, was called Dragonheart. Dragonheart. Do you not remember? Do you not know
Oh,
Dragon! Do you not know Dragonheart?
No, I never watched that one.
Do you know it by name?
I think so.
Are you familiar with what it's about?
It was a book series, right?
No, I don't think so. Maybe.
Maybe not then.
Basically, it's got Dennis Quaid in it, and he's a knight, and he's training a young boy, and the young boy gets injured. He gets stabbed in the chest, and the movie wants you to think that the boy is a good guy, but he's really weaselly, and he looks like a weasel. Like, I don't know how else to describe it, but you know what I mean when I say he looks like a weasel, like someone on Trieste, yeah. And he looks immediately suspicious. And,
I don't think I've ever seen this one.
Oh, fair enough. It was one of those ones where, oh yeah, that was what I was gonna say. My history. So my history with this one is, before I get back to the plot of it, is Jordan, you remember when movies used to be on television?
Of course I do.
You'd watch TV edited.
What do you think I am? Some young pup who didn't grow up with commercials where you had to run to the bathroom between commercials so you didn't see any of the movies?
Yeah,
and it was a real race to get back in time, and then you ultimately slip on something and hurt yourself?
See, nobody knows.
Of course I remember that.
The kids don't know what a Peachtree version of it, and I don't know if Americans know what a Peachtree version of a movie is, but it's a Peachtree version of a movie is a badly edited and formatted, bastardized version of a movie. It was like the ultimate hell for a movie. This is a bad. Anyway, I watched this movie on television one day. I happened to put it on, and yeah, it's like I say, Dennis Quaid is a knight. He's training a young boy that the movie wants you to think is a good guy, but is immediately suspicious. And his dad is an evil king, and the evil king tries to subjugate a rebellion by the what's the word I'm looking for? Peasants.
Dragon?
Peasants. Tries to subjugate a rebellion by the peasants. And in the middle of the rebellion, the young prince gets stabbed in the chest. And he's dying.
As one does.
He's dying. He's bleeding to death and dying. And so Dennis Quaid and the queen take him to a dragon and ask the dragon to help him. And the dragon gives half of his heart to the prince. And Jordan, big surprise, turns out this prince is evil. And it turns out he's a right bastard. And he is exactly the way he looks. An absolute prick. And he's played by the guy who played what's his face from Harry Potter? Lupin. He's played by the guy who plays Lupin in Harry Potter. And,
yeah.
He turns out to be an evil king who's even more evil and monstrous than his dad before him. And Dennis Quaid thinks that it's the dragon's heart that has poisoned the kid and made him evil. And so he devotes himself to being a dragon hunter. And he hunts a bunch of dragons, and he inadvertently, in searching for the dragon that gave the prince his heart, and the dragon is played by Sean Connery. And he eventually finds him. And they decide, or they wind up in this showdown where the Sean Connery dragon convinces Dennis Quaid that in order to basically that if he kills the dragon, then he'll be out of a job, and then the dragon will be dead. So they decide to work together, and they create this scam where Dennis Quaid shows up and is like, the dragon's coming, you have to let me kill the dragon. And the dragon shows up, and he launches an arrow at him, and he pretends to die. And then they collect the gold, and they work together, and that's the scam. And it's a fun movie. It's cute. The bonding between Dennis Quaid and the dragon is really fun. It basically kind of turns into How to Train Your Dragon, but the dragon can talk. Sean Connery is really good as the dragon. The performance is really good. The only real downside to it is it came out in the 90s, so the CGI on the dragon is, I'll say,
Dated.
Dated to be generous. They try to do this thing where the entire movie where they're like, oh yeah, the heart's polluting this guy. It's the reason he's evil. It's the reason he's evil. And then it gets to the end, he's like, nah, dog, I was a piece of shit the whole time. And you're like, yeah, no, duh. He looked really shifty as a kid. He looked suspicious as fuck. Like, they managed to get a guy who looks just like him, but he looked Weasley. Like, he looked like he was going to betray you at a moment's notice. Like, it was really obvious he was evil the whole time.
He looked like a Randall.
Right? So it turns into a twist that's not really a twist. And then,
from Recess.
Yeah, pretty much.
For those who don't know.
Pretty much. He looks like a Randall. Yeah, he looks like a weasel. Yeah, but it's cute. It's a cute movie. It's really fun. Dennis Quaid is... I don't know what his accent is. He's like kind of doing a British accent, but it's not really a British accent, and it fades. It's super weird. It sounds really bad, but his performance is otherwise okay.
Any final thoughts?
I think that's it. That's
all right.
That's
all right. I understand.
Art.
So it was real fantastical. Is what you're trying to say.
It's pretty solid.
So then we move back to the 1994s, when back in the day and age where I was a young kid, fairly young at the time, considering I was born in 91. And children's movies were not afraid to traumatize children at that point. And I watched a movie called The Page Master, which is not like actually that bad, but for a kid, that scene with Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde was freaky.
Yeah, man, that movie is upsetting. It's so upsetting. It's like all I remember about that movie as a kid is that it's scary. It's scary, and as an adult, I'm like, this movie has a tone problem. Like,
yeah, a little bit. Mostly it's the horror section when he's dealing with the horror books.
Like, oh, this is a nice lighthearted affair. This is pretty easy going. There's Whoopi Goldberg. She's a book. And then the horror section shows up and it slaps you in the face.
Right?
Upsetting.
So I also forgot, because it's been years since I've seen this movie, and I forgot that it was a Macaulay Culkin one. So you can imagine my delight when Macaulay Culkin shows up and I'm like, hey, Macaulay Culkin. I know him.
Surprise, Macaulay Culkin. You're like
bam!
Surprise, Macaulay Culkin.
And yeah, you got Whoopi Goldberg is fantasy, Patrick Stewart is adventure, Leonard Nimoy, Frank Welker. But the thing that I was fascinated by, because when I looked it up and I saw it was or when I started it in the 20th Century Fox thing, like logo came on, I was like, wait, this is 20th Century Fox. Why isn't this on Disney Plus? Like all the other 20th Century Fox stuff is. And that's when I found out that it's because it was a joint production. So it was produced by Turner Pictures and Hanna-Barbera, which are both Warner Brothers.
Huh.
And then it was released by 20th Century Fox. So reason why it's not on Disney Plus is because it's technically partially owned by Warner Brothers.
Interesting. I didn't know that it was produced by Hanna-Barbera. That makes sense. When you say that.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. Once you see the animation, it absolutely does.
That makes sense. That makes a bit of sense.
I enjoyed this movie, and I have a soft spot for it. But yeah, it definitely comes from a different time. That's for sure.
That's really strange. Sorry, that's right on screen. I'm going left. That's left. That's right. I'm going left. I'm totally mirrored. It's very strange. Anyway.
It's funny because I even still knowing that Adventure was Patrick Stewart, I don't hear Patrick Stewart when I hear that character, which I guess speaks to his talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't remember what the voice sounds like enough to.
Well, one day maybe you'll find a reason to watch this.
Maybe one day.
I love. I mean, it's your classic children's movie, so it's got a lesson at the end of it. And I love at the end when he's talking to the page master, and he's like, "Wait, you could have teleported me to the exit right from the start." And he's like, "Well, I mean, yes, but what kind of story would it have been if you hadn't learned a lesson along the way?" And I was like,
Gotta learn that lesson.
Gotta learn that lesson.
Gotta learn that lesson.
Classic literature.
Classic
Also,
books.
I honestly do think that this movie was part of the reason why I liked reading as much as I did as a kid.
Fair, fair. I think this movie traumatized me as a child, and it's in that movie that you know series of movies that was scary, scary.
But that's the Page Master. So what is your next rapid
That
fire?
is the Page Master. All right, all right. Where's my notes? All right, I'm pulling up my notes. There's my notes. My next one. Oh yes, right. So my next one is one of two D&D based things that I watched this week, which is it's Vin Diesel's The Last Witch Hunter, which is based on his D&D character, like not any or his D&D character's campaign, and the story of this thing is okay. So, Vin Diesel is part of an order when he was younger. I don't know. He was cursed to live forever by the evil witch queen, and he has become a witch hunter, where he, in the modern day, hunts down evil witches. Not all witches, because not all witches are evil, but only evil witches. And there is a conspiracy. Oh, and he is always teamed up with a Dolan, and he's had different Dolans, and he's on like I want to say like the 37th one, who is played by Michael Caine, and he is cursed, and it looks like he's been killed, and yeah, there's a conspiracy with a bunch of different, different witches, and he runs into like a good witch who helps him out, and Elijah Wood is in this, and he's the replacement, and he's helping Vin Diesel solve this murder, and like it's one of those like Vin Diesel really wanted a franchise. Like just he really wanted a movie that he could just keep making a bunch of them. And
Yeah,
it, like,
he needed a new Fast and the Furious.
pretty much. So he did a bunch of these. Like there's like Chronicles of Riddick, which he's tried to make a thing. Triple X, which he tried to make a thing, and this was just one of those things where it's one of those. It reminded me of like one of those early 2000s action, like high concept action movies where you're like, this feels like a sequel to a movie I never saw. There's like a lot of like or it feels like this is based on a comic book with, or another one is Blood Trace or something. It's Blood Sport. That's what it was. That was another one which he made, which he was desperately trying to make into a franchise. But there's a lot of setup and a lot. It's got a very deep and convoluted established rules, and like in universe where it feels like, oh yeah, this feels like it's based on a long comic book series, and like, oh, the Michael Caine character is a beloved character, you know, that we all love, and he is, you know, is more badass in the comics or something, but it's not. Like, it kind of reminded me of like Spawn from the 90s, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm sure in the comic this is interesting, but there's no comic. The action is passable at best. Like, it's all right. It's like a lot of the movies this week, not really anything all that. It's not bad enough to like have anything all that striking to say about it, but it's also not good enough to be all that interesting. And like, yeah, it's one of those movies where, okay, there's an evil witch queen, and she's like a weird monster, but all the other witches are human for some reason, and then some of the witches are men. It's the hierarchy of how this works is never explained well. Like, the universe is dense and convoluted, but also underexplained. Like, yeah, just, I don't want to say nothing of a movie, but just nothing of a movie. Nothing. The behind the scenes. The most interesting thing about it was, and I didn't end up finishing it, but there was a really cool one shot 30-minute video where it's some of the Critical Role people playing Dungeons and Dragons with Vin Diesel.
With Vin Diesel.
And it's pretty cool. It's actually kind of handy because they have like all of the roles and stuff on screen. So like, unlike Critical Role, it's like, oh yeah, you can actually track the game a bit easier. It's kind of nice. That's pretty fun. Like Vin Diesel is just like utterly engrossed by Matthew Mercer. like this with this like genuine like big ass smile on his face as he's like engrossed in Matthew Mercer DMing.
I
Like,
mean, to be fair, I think
who
a
would be?
lot of people, yeah, exactly. I would
I
be.
certainly
You
would
kidding
be.
me? If I got to have Matthew Mercer as my DM, I would be
You're
enraptured.
like, whoa, like he's the kind
Oh,
of guy.
sorry, it's my turn. Oh God, what do I? And then that's where you can tell even the people that are on Critical Role constantly, that'll happen where Matthew Mercer will be like telling this rich story detailed moment, and then he'll be like, and you like Marisha's character or whatever, what do you want to do next? And she'll be like, oh God, I was lost in the story. What do I want to do?
Oh shit, it's my
Uh,
turn, right?
yeah,
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 yeah, yeah,
that would
yeah.
be
You're
me.
absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah, that totally would be me. Um, yeah, it's one of those things where like, do I want more D&D based movies like this? Yeah, but like, I want better ones, and I don't know. Vin Diesel is charismatic. He's kind of like The Rock, which is really quite ironic, but he's like The Rock in the sense that like he's just never really, even Fast and the Furious. He's, he's never really done anything that's, in my opinion, all that engaging, and this just isn't all that. It's a mindless, mind-numbingly uninteresting,
Yeah, I mean, for
fantasy-based
me,
movie.
I want a D&D movie for sure, but like I want to, and maybe I need to be writing one of my own, but like I want one where it's like, yeah, it's a group of friends who are around a table and like we have the high action scenes, but like we have the fourth wall breaking moments where like you have Gronk the Destroyer who goes like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. No, 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 no. And like in character they're arguing about what they should be doing as if they were at the table, but in character like I want the Jumanji, like you have a
Yeah,
character playing a character who's playing a character,
that'd
kind
be
of like
fun.
I want those weird ones
Have you?
like that.
You haven't seen The Last Witch Hunter, right?
No, no, I
No,
haven't.
no, no. Fair enough. That's it. That's Last Witch Hunter. It's not very interesting.
Um,
It wasn't very. It was. It's all right. It's offensively. It's inoffensive. I would say. There's nothing that made me go, "What the fuck am I watching?" That's coming
by the
out.
book,
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
the book, basically.
Safe. Safe is how I would describe it.
Um, okay,
Oh,
so
it desperately wants to be. A lot of these movies I've discovered desperately want to be R-rated. That's a big thing with some of these.
or Disney.
Yeah, Disney R-rated or like not even R-rated, but like skew. They want to skew for an older audience. Like because we're gonna
Yeah.
talk about Kazam. Kazam is fascinating.
Which that moves nicely into my next rapid fire, which in 2003, Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas comes out, and it's funny because as I'm watching it, Justin's like Disney knockoffs or whatever, and so I look into this one, and I find out that this one literally was going to be a Disney movie.
Yeah, well, it's because
It
I had just watched my own Disney knockoff, and I went, "Yeah, this is yeah, this what I think I guessed. I was like, this had to have come out in what? No, you said 2003.
This came out in 2003, but so
How long had it been in
uh,
development,
the
though?
Well, the originally, okay, development began. I'm just gonna read this because it's just development began when Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio developed the story of Sinbad in the vein of the story of Damon and Pythias before settling on a love triangle. The project was canceled in 1993. So this was originally
Yeah,
conceived
exactly.
at Disney
During-
in 1993.
During the peak of the Renaissance. It was during the peak of the Renaissance.
And then Jeffrey Katzenberg left Walt Disney, co-founded DreamWorks. They did Dream, Prince of Egypt, yada yada yada, and then years later came back to this idea and did it over
See,
at DreamWorks.
I wouldn't.
So it's literally a Disney movie that a former Disney animator made at DreamWorks.
I wouldn't say that Prince of Egypt is a Disney knockoff, but this definitely is. This is a
Oh,
Disney
this is.
knockoff. This wants
This
to be
is.
Disney. This wants to be Disney. And yeah, there's a series of those movies between like
There's this. There's
1997, 1998 to like
There's,
2005, where like they desperately want to be they're 2D animated movies, and they desperately want to be Disney. Prince of
yeah.
Egypt does
There's
as well, yeah.
there's this. There's Road to El Dorado.
Yeah.
There's like a whole bunch of them like
They
that. In fact,
they're
I
tapping into
wouldn't
that
be
Disney Renaissance. They want to
surprised.
be Disney movies really
I
badly.
wouldn't be surprised if Road to El Dorado was made by the same person.
Road to El Dorado also wanted that one is also a Disney knockoff because
Absolutely.
they brought in Elton John to do the soundtrack. Like it absolutely is a Disney knockoff.
Um, but and then this is where I will
It's very
say
good, but
to
that but
to talk about the actual
but
movie itself,
but
I
also
enjoy this because it's a Disney
well, I was
knockoff.
gonna say not all Disney knockoffs are bad. Like
No.
some of them they knock off Disney quite well, and this is one of them where it's an all right Disney knockoff. Like Anastasia is an all right Disney knockoff, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a Disney knockoff. But yeah, this
Oh,
one I
absolutely.
recall this one being very pretty. I think it just came out at a bad time. Like as to my knowledge, bombed badly. It did not do well.
Yeah. It
Um,
yeah. Budget 60 million, box office 80 million. So yeah,
I
it didn't do very well.
I think it did. I think it did okay on DVD because I remember them advertising it a ton on television when it went on DVD and VHS. So I think it did really well at home. But
See,
to be
what's
fair,
funny
I don't
about
think
this one
any of
is,
those 2D DreamWorks movies did very well, which is why they stopped making them.
well, they developed a cult following. So like Road to El Dorado, I don't think it did
No,
particularly well, but it definitely has a cult following
no.
where a lot of people like it
DreamWorks
now.
movies didn't really do well until Shrek. That was kind of the first time that
Well, this
they
came out after Shrek.
that's what I'm saying. So this would have been in development well before Shrek. 'Cause you got to remember that
Yeah.
team animated movies take a while. So they were probably making this when they were making Shrek, and I guarantee you they thought this would be the big winner. They're like it's the 2D animated movie. Disney is hot right now. Yeah.
Maybe, but either way, hold on, let's actually look at their filmography. Uh Shrek came out in 2001. So yeah, this was 2003. Yeah, this was probably in development at the same time as Shrek.
Also, and I realized this when I was watching Gods of Egypt, but
Funny enough, Ants and Prince of Egypt are their two first ones.
I sort of had the realization that like culturally, the thing people are most familiar with is Greek mythology. Like Greek mythology has really landed in the cultural zeitgeist, and like Hollywood constantly
It's
tries
because
to
it's
make other mythology stick, and it just never does. And this is an example of like Sinbad and the Arabian Tales of Hollywood trying to make these stories stick, and it just doesn't. It just doesn't have the same.
no, not really. I mean, I would say, yeah, Greek does because I mean it's just been around a long time, and
It's just been around longer.
it just also makes for easy stories too.
I think well I mean to be fair it's probably also racism.
Oh, yeah, definitely part of it. I didn't want to say that, but yeah,
Islamophobia, whatever.
definitely part of it. Well, I mean, there's a reason why the characters in this movie don't
They all look
look,
white. They all look
yeah,
white. They all look
yeah,
white.
yeah.
The
They
lead
look,
guy is Brad Pitt, right?
they follow, yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, I mean, I see, yeah, Brad Pitt, yeah.
it's Brad Pitt. Yeah,
Um,
I remember that.
it follows
The whitest guy on the planet.
this movie definitely follows the El Dorado, the Aladdin,
Yup.
track record of um the characters don't look as they probably should.
Nope. Nope. They don't.
But it's still a good movie. It's not my favorite of all of these
Yeah,
ones,
I think
but
it has some of that weird 2D, 3D stuff that was happening around
yeah,
that
there's
time,
this one there's one Big Bird which I think is in like a weird 2D 3D
from what I
thing.
recall.
But what's funny is I can't actually tell you the first time I watched this movie. I don't actually remember what made me watch it, when, why.
I
It wasn't as a kid.
don't think I've ever seen it in its entirety.
Um, right. And the fact that you haven't tells me that I did it as an adult,
Yep.
and I couldn't tell you why.
I've seen parts of it, but I've never seen the whole thing.
Um,
To my knowledge, anyway. I don't recall having seen the whole thing.
but like of my of my DreamWorks favorite ones, it's up there, but it doesn't beat El Dorado. El Dorado is still better.
Yeah, fair enough. Totally fair.
That's Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas.
You know what?
That being said, had there been a sequel to this movie, I probably would watch it.
We're gonna swap this around. So then we have the Disney knockoffs together. So my next one, and okay, this was so funny. So like, Okay, my next one is a movie called. I have to say the title because sometimes I don't say the title, and then it makes editing the video hard. Because I think I'm gonna lump this and Sinbad together as Disney. We're gonna call this Disney knockoffs or something, depending on how long.
Well, it should be Disney knockoffs. Dot dot dot. They can't all be
They
good.
can't all be good. Um, it depends on how long Quest for Camelot ends up being. But anyway, um, so my next one is a movie called Quest for Camelot. And this movie has been very interesting to me because, like, to my recollection, it's a movie that nobody remembers. Like, nobody ever talks about this movie. I've never heard anybody say anything good about this movie, say anything particularly, like, no one ever said anything about it. The only reason why I remember this movie is because, and Jordan has said this a few times this week when I've talked about it, is I've only ever seen it as a commercial on a VHS tape when I was a kid. That's why I remember. I remember a commercial for it on a VHS tape. That's the only reason. Like, I otherwise don't remember anything about it.
And even then, I barely remember the commercial. I really just remember the part where there's the what I assume is the main character is singing, and there's the two-headed dragon, and one of them has a long, skinny neck, and the other one has a fat neck.
I just remember the part of the commercial where they sing this song where it's like, "If I didn't have you," I just remember that.
That might be what I'm talking about.
This movie is a Disney knockoff. This movie, when I was watching it, I was like, this movie wants to be a Disney movie. This had to have come out in 1998. Because I'm like, this looks like it came out just after the Disney Renaissance, and every other company is trying to catch up to what Disney, because that Disney was so ahead of the curve with the Disney Renaissance. This movie is trying to be one of the Disney Renaissance. It has everything. It has a villain song that is awful. It sounds terrible. It's one of the worst villain songs I've ever heard. It's got the I Want song. She's got a song which is basically just Part of Your World from Little Mermaid. It's got the bad sidekick song. It's got the bossy the lead girl who's like not a girl boss, but she's a spunky. It's got it even steals from Tangled, which doesn't.
And it's got the Celine Dion song.
Well, hold on, we're getting to the Celine Dion song. It's got
Celine Dion.
It's got a love interest, and it's not particularly interesting. It's just ripping off Disney. The animation looks like shit. It's one of the cheapest looking animated movies I've ever seen in my life. It looks cheap. The characters look awful. Carrie Elwes is the main lead guy who's blind. It's real bad. And then just out of nowhere, Jordan's already mentioned it, out of nowhere, the prayer from Celine Dion starts playing. Out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck? And like, I looked it up, and yeah, the prayer by Celine Dion was written for this movie. It was written for this movie. And so I made a video of it, which I'm going to play for you here. And I sent that video to Jordan. And and I went, like, what is... Sorry. How is this song, this famous Celine Dion song that everyone knows, how did I have no idea it originated in this shitty animated movie? Like, this movie is terrible. And I'm like, I assume nobody remembers this movie. And then I posted that video onto TikTok, and that TikTok blew up. It now is close to 5,000 views. It has hundreds of likes. It has a shit ton of comments of people being like, this is from Quest for Camelot. One person went so far as to comment, I'm sad that you don't know what this movie is. But like, I'm watching the movie. I obviously know what the movie is. I put the movie on. How would I put the movie on if I didn't know what the movie was called?
Blindfold?
Blindfold, apparently. I went, that one. And I had a bunch of comments.
I mean, either that or they think that I pick your movies for you and don't tell you what they are. Maybe. That's a whole different premise of a show.
This was on my personal page, so it wasn't. It's not under the context of the podcast, so they have no idea. But it was a bunch of comments being like, "It's Quest for Camelot. I love this movie. It's a beloved movie," and I was like, "What? Really?" But this movie, this movie didn't do anything. Like, there's no shitty straight to DVD sequels. Like, it bombed horribly. It's fun fact, one of the first 2D animated movie, theatrical movie that Warner Brothers did, and this is the one that precedes Iron Giant. So this thing bombed horribly, and then they went on to make Iron Giant, an actual good movie. Yeah, it's bizarre. Like the guy who sings for Cary Elwes' character sounds nothing like Cary Elwes. I sent that a clip to you where I was like,
Yeah.
that voice doesn't match that body. What the fuck? Like, yeah, it really is. It really is. It wants to be Aladdin. That's what this is. It's like they went, well, what if we gave the Aladdin treatment to it's like the
Camelot.
to Camelot. It's Aladdin and Little Mermaid like mashed together. The bad guy's terrible. He flip flops between like they want him to be scary and menacing, but he has a really foppish, like goofy voice, and he's got like a goofy sidekick character who's an axe that comes to life, who is voiced by Jaleel White. So he's Sonic the Hedgehog. And
That's distracting.
It's super distracting. It's a ripoff of Disney right down to the fact that the main lead guy, he's got a sidekick who's a falcon. He's a silver-tipped falcon. And
boo?
He's just a boo. He's just a boo. It's voiced by Frank Welker, who is literally just doing a boo. A boo's voice. It's a boo. Like, it's what, again, I don't want to say it is probably, one of the worst animated movies I've ever seen. I was like, this is astonishingly terrible. It was and I'm sure I'm gonna get like roasted in the comments for saying this is bad.
Oh, you are definitely going to. Yeah.
I love this movie. It's a beloved piece of my childhood. But like, I was like, this is awful. No wonder I didn't watch this. Like, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was a bad movie. I was shocked at how bad it was. That's it. That's the Disney knockoff. Those are the Disney knockoffs.
They can't all be good.
They can't all be good. Some of them are okay. I don't think any of them are good.
So, moving on. In 1997, a movie came out called Fairy Tale, A True Story.
Is it a true story?
It's a true story about fairies.
But is it actually a true story?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not based on a true story.
No. It's loosely based on the story of the Cottingley fairies. But it follows two girls in 1917 in England. They take a photograph of a fairy or multiple fairy, and then their father develops it, and then he's like, they can't have flim-flammed with the footage. They don't know how to do it. They're like 8 years old. So this has to be real. And then he takes it to like science people, and then they look at the thing and they're like, this hasn't been flim-flammed with. This is real. And then there's this whole like, oh, well, fairies are real. And then people are flocking to the hillside because they're trying to catch the fairies. And then there's this whole subplot of the one girl's dad is at war, and then he comes back at the end, and there's fairies, and the fairies are real, and it's fine. There's fairies.
There's fairies.
It's fine.
Are the fairies evil?
No, why would you think the fairies are evil?
Are there evil fairies?
No, they're just happy fairies who want to live their life.
Is there a bad guy who wants to control the fairies?
Well, there's like a bad media man who like wants to prove that they're lying and faking, and he breaks into their house at one point. I don't know, it's fine. I to be honest, I zoned in and out quite a bit because it gets a little dry. It's from the 90s.
I understand.
It's
Do the fairies talk?
I think so, but I think I might have zoned out at that point. This was one where I fell asleep and I had to go back and rewatch it, so...
Is this a cartoon?
Nope, live action.
Oh.
I don't know who made it. Hold on, let's find out. It was distributed by Paramount Pictures, Warner Brothers, Icon Entertainment International.
Interesting.
So there you go.
All right.
It was one that is it's fine. It's fine. It's a fine movie. It's
a fine, handsome movie. It's a handsome movie.
It knows what it did.
It knows what it did and what it's going to do. Which
And what it's going to do is be moved on from because I don't really have anything else to say about this movie.
all right, all right. So my next one,
Your next rapid fire?
is
Rapid?
It is rapid. No, it is. It is. I described it as the most forgettable movie in existence.
Ooh, bold statement. Can he back it up?
Can I back it up? It is the 2010 remake. I don't know if it was 2000. No, it wasn't 2010. 2012, 2013, whatever. Remake of Clash of the Titans, starring Sam Worthington as Perseus. Clash of the Titans is a retelling of the Perseus myth, which is that he is the son of Zeus and this lady who, I don't know what the actual myth is, but in this movie it's this guy, he spat in the face of the gods and insulted the gods, and so Zeus came down and fucked his wife, got her pregnant, and the guy was like, how dare you fuck my wife, Zeus? And so then he tried to throw the baby and the wife into the sea, and then a fisherman saves the baby and raises the baby as his own.
And he becomes Aquaman.
And in the meantime, Hades, the man is fighting against the gods, being like, I don't like you gods. And Hades is like, you need to teach the gods because Zeus created man, but Zeus has not done anything about man. And Hades shows up and he's just Voldemort. He's doing the Voldemort voice. He just sounds like Voldemort. And
he's just Voldemort, Justin.
Played by Ray Fiennes, and he's just Voldemort, and he's really phoning in the performance.
He's just Voldemort.
And he shows up and he convinces the Zeus that if he needs to scare the humans into being subjugate them. And so Hades shows up and is like, if you can either sacrifice the really pretty daughter to the gods, or you can sacrifice the whole city. And so then Perseus goes off and he gathers a band of people to go fight various mythological creatures. At one point he fights the Medusa, and then he fights a scorpion, and eventually Hades releases the Kraken, and they defeat the Kraken. And Liam Neeson is Zeus, and he goes, "Release the Kraken!" And it's
Release the Kraken!
It's honestly pretty badass. But no, this movie's very forgettable. I forgot
Release the Kraken?
I forgot it pretty much immediately after I stopped watching it. I really couldn't tell you much more than that.
Sorry, what were we talking about? I've immediately forgotten what we were talking about.
Clash of the Titans.
Right.
The number one thing about this movie is I couldn't confirm this, but like it really seems like at one point. Well, the number one thing I remember about it is it came out roughly around the same time. I think it was the same year as that movie, The Immortals. And the movie, The Immortals, does this way better, way more interesting. The action sequences are way better shot. It's 1,000 times more violent and bloody and more fun. And this was like, it seems as though at one point it was probably R-rated. And because there's a lot of scenes of like characters getting shot or getting stabbed or getting like look like they're about to get limbs cut off, and it either cuts away or like it's so shaky you can't see anything, or like it looks like maybe blood has been CGI'd out or something. So it comes across as though at one point this movie was gonna be R-rated and bloody, and in a like last minute after they had already cut the movie once edit, they've gone through and tried to hide the fact that it was an R-rated movie. It reads like that. It looks like that. Jordan, do you remember this movie?
Vaguely, I'm aware that I watched it, but I couldn't really tell you what happens in it. Really. At all. Even though you just told me about it.
All right, Joe, it's pop quiz time. What did I just say about this movie?
You said that it was the most forgettable movie in the world, and I'm signing up for that because it gets me off the hook from having to remember anything about this movie.
I mean, who is the lead character, Jordan? What was his name?
Gerard Butler.
No, the character, not the actor.
Oh, Perseus.
Yes. It's also not Gerard Butler. You failed. It was Sam Worthington.
Oh,
I said he was played by Sam Worthington. Remember Sam Worthington? Remember when we thought Sam Worthington was gonna be a thing?
not really.
He was in a bunch of stuff all at once. He was in this. He was in Avatar, and he was in Terminator. They tried to make him into a thing, and he just didn't end up being a thing. That's Clash of the Titans. Yeah, everyone in this is bad. They're all bad in it. They're all phoning it in. The only one who's kind of okay is Liam Neeson, and even you're like, he's on a CGI like green screen soundstage wearing an awful costume. Yeah, it's just not good. Not good movie.
So, do you have anything else to say about that movie?
Release the Kraken.
All right, if by the Kraken you mean the 2010 film The Sorcerer's Apprentice, then I will.
Yes. The 2010.
Because
film.
my next movie was the 2010 film The Sorcerer's Apprentice, which, as an aside, you remember this is a side note, the first three Pirates of the Caribbean movie. What's the third one called, and when did it come out?
At World's End, and it came out in, I'm gonna say 2013. No, not 2013. 2010. I'm gonna say 2010. It's definitely called At World's End, though. That much I can say for sure.
Interesting. That explains a lot. No. So, At World's End came out in 2007.
Really?
Yep. So that explains a lot with this movie, because this movie, especially there's certain segments with music cues and stuff like that. This movie wanted to be the next Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would have said Harry Potter, but still.
No, absolutely Disney. It wanted to be the next Pirates of the Caribbean.
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean,
there's just certain. It's hard to explain, but there's just certain musical cues and the way they shot certain scenes where it feels.
It's directed by. I'm pretty sure it's directed by Gore Verbinski.
It's directed by John Turteltaub.
No, not John. Or it's produced by John Verbinski. Or Jerry Bruckheimer. It's produced by the same guy who produced Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm most entirely positive.
Anyways,
which is why it would seem like Pirates of the Caribbean.
It just, yeah, it definitely feels, and they are absolutely with this movie. They were bold. They were trying to set up a sequel.
Absolutely, they wanted this to be a franchise. No, absolutely. It's like Nicolas Cage.
But so when you said world's most forgettable movie, it also made me think of this one because I like this movie. I enjoy this movie. I completely forgot this movie existed.
I know, I did too the first time I watched it. I was like, oh yeah, right.
I forgot how much I enjoyed this movie. It is so early 2000s.
Yeah, that was we asked last time we talked about it. We asked the question of is it a remake? Does it count as a remake? Is a live? Because it was under the list of the Disney live action remakes, and I'm like, does this
no?
count?
I would say no. I argue no. Because there was no live action version or there was no full animated movie version of it to take from. So no, it's not.
This is an adaptation of the book. That's what this is.
Yep.
And even then, it's
exceptionally loosely based.
Yeah. Because technically speaking, yes, much like most of Disney's.
It is loosely based on the animated segment, sort of. But very loosely.
There's one loose reference to it involving the brooms, but that's
two.
Not it.
There's two loose references.
Oh, and
there's
there's
the broom where it literally does the da 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 like the music, and then at the end credit scene there's the hat.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's
fair. Much like most of Walt Disney's early stuff, it is the original Sorcerer's Apprentice, the Mickey one, is an adaptation of the book.
That makes sense, and that's probably what this is pulling from.
Yeah. The original. I'm pretty sure it's a book. Hold on. I'm pretty sure the original Sorcerer's
I do find it funny that this movie originally premiered at the Fantasia International Film Festival. That makes me laugh.
That's funny.
But yeah, for those who don't know, it's early England.
Hey, while you do that, I don't usually do this. Jordan, describe the plot of The Sorcerer's Apprentice while I quickly duck to the bathroom. I will be right back. Talk about The Sorcerer's Apprentice. I'll be back. Audience, he's going to tell you about The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Jordan, tell him about The Sorcerer's Apprentice.
I'm gonna do that. Merlin has 3 apprentices: Balthazar, Veronica, Maxim, etc., etc. Horvath, who is played by that dude who is Otto Octavius in Spider-Man. Um, he betrays Merlin, and then Merlin locks away Morgana, and then modern day, and you have Jay Baruchel, who becomes the apprentice of Nicolas Cage, and then the events of the movie happen, and it's a fun little thing, and I really thought he'd be back by now because I really don't have much more to say about this movie. It was a rapid fire, so I guess I don't usually do this for rapid fires, but it had a budget of 150 million, made a box office of 215.3 million, so that's great. Uh, I'm really hoping he comes back soon because I'm running out of things. It did have an end credit scene where it appears that that dude from Spider-Man 2, who was Alfred Molina, he appears to have survived, even though Morgana didn't. So,
Okay, I'm back.
oh, thank God he's back because I really didn't have anything else to say.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just was like, I'm looking at my list and I'm looking at the time and I'm like, I don't want to rush this, but it's making me uncomfortable. So it's gonna turn to me pushing through this. Sorry, what were you saying when I came back?
Oh, I gave more details than I normally do. But yeah, Sorcerer's Apprentice. It ends with the end credit scene where it appears that Doc Ock survives.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
we never got anything further.
No, because
So
this movie, to my recollection, bombed horribly.
yeah, it didn't gross as they would have liked. I mentioned it had a budget of 150 million, box office 215.3 million.
Okay.
Did not do as good as they would have
No,
liked it
yeah,
to.
that would be Hollywood accounting is funky, but I'm pretty sure that would have been a bomb. Because this thing, I mean, to be fair, I think it was advertised. I remember my friends insisted I watch it. Also, the funniest part was like you could tell they clearly spent a lot of money on the licensing for that one song
Yeah.
because it shows up twice. Yeah, Jay
But I like it.
Baruchel. Jay Baruchel really kind of fell off there. Like it was just a shame. I think he kind of became his character from the Apocalypse movie, where he just didn't want to do movies anymore, or maybe he's like producing now. But yeah, he seems to have kind of fallen off.
All I know is
It's a
I
shame.
enjoyed the movie.
I like him. He's funny in that movie. He's got a similar, much like Seth Rogen. He has a similar sense of humor to me. So my favorite bits in these movies are him being like, what is what?
Yeah, yeah,
It's my
yeah.
favorite parts. And yeah, I mean Nicolas Cage is super fun. Him being like, yeah, he's super fun. Everyone is super
Yeah,
fun. Everyone's having super fun in this movie.
that makes sense. So apparently the concept for the Sorcerer's Apprentice, the movie, originated with Nicolas Cage.
Of course it did, because he's weird.
That makes sense.
This absolutely seems like something he would want to do. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me that he was Does he produce it, or is he just starring in it? Because it wouldn't surprise me if he produced
I just know that under development it shows that he was.
it. He's the one who wanted to make it. That's funny. And also
I'm not sure.
Also not surprising. Like just
Not
one day,
surprising.
I just picture Nicolas Cage one day. He's high as balls and he's watching Fantasia.
Oh
while
yeah,
high.
yeah, he did produce.
Yeah, that makes sense. He was watching. He's high as balls watching Fantasia, and he's like, you know what? I can't do a Nicolas Cage impression. I wanna make a movie about
Saturn
the little mouse.
Films. Through Saturn Films is how he produced it.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I can just picture him watching The Sorcerer's Apprentice, the Mickey Mouse one. Be like, I want to make that into a movie.
We should expand that into something else.
Into something else.
But that's the Sorcerer's Apprentice. It's my last rapid fire.
Okay. So my last rapid fire, is I've talked about this before.
fire?
I've talked about this before, and I wanted to revisit it, and maybe for those of you who have not seen us talk about Critical Role before, because it was quite a while ago. It was at the start of this. I may put it in here, depending on how long this goes and whether or not this goes on for a while. Because we love Critical Role. I didn't always love Critical Role. I was initially resistant to watching it, and I watched it in case I don't put it in. We did a birthday episode, and it's a thing that Jordan absolutely loves, so I watched it kind of for the first time. And initially, I tried to listen to it, and it really didn't do it for me. So I watched the video. Rewatched the live streams, and I love Critical Role. It's so much fun. It really taught me how to play D&D, and I know it's not like the best way to learn how to play D&D. Obviously, there's some house rules there, but yeah, like so I watched a bunch more Critical Role, and in an attempt to also watch season 3 of The Legend of Vox Machina, which I had not watched yet. We're going to try to weave what I love about Critical Role and what I have to say about where I'm at in Critical Role right now with my thoughts on the on season overall. My overall thoughts on Vox Machina, to recap, for those of you who have not been here to hear me talk about it before. I like that show. That show suffers from a lot of adaptational issues. It suffers from any issue that an adaptation runs into, which is that it is a supremely condensed version of a much longer form thing. In this case, a much longer form thing.
Ooh,
I would say even longer than a book adaptation or a comic book adaptation or a video game adaptation. Oh no, it's probably more comparable to a video game adaptation. But so a lot of times, moments which just pay off better in the show, in Critical Role, don't pay off as well as they do in Critical Role.
In the original.
Yeah. Because you're right, because Jordan pointed this out, like, you get the actors' reactions to these moments as they're happening organically. So, like, last night, I just got to the bit on Critical Role where just again to recap, in season 2 of The Legend of Vox Machina, there's a whole bit where Grog has an evil sword. An evil sword called... Jordan, help me remember the name. I just watched it last night.
It's been a while.
Not Myth Carver.
Myth.
Not Myth... what was it called? Anyway, Jordan will look up the name. But it's an evil sword. And it, over the course of that season, takes over Grog, and Grog goes full ape shit and nearly kills Pike, and it gets taken away from him, and he's now weakened. And they spend a number of episodes kind of dragging him around while he's depressed. And it all leads up to him fighting. I'm just at the point where they're about
Craven Edge.
Craven Edge, that was it. Where I'm just at the point where they're just about to go fight Kevdak on Critical Role. And so the Craven Edge is a sword that he picked up after, like, while looting in gameplay-wise, while killing the Briarwoods. And, like, gameplay-wise, it's a very good sword. Like, it's very good. And he has it over the course of, like, quite a number of 3-hour sessions, and it helps them kill many, many people, and it helps them solve many, many problems.
And Travis does become a little bit, I don't want to say obsessed with it, but, like, the it taking him over thing in the show is kind of the representation of he at certain points won't go to sleep in game because it allows him to keep like a ridiculous stat bonus.
Yeah, exactly.
Which Travis, the player, wants to keep going for as long as possible.
Exactly.
And so they have to try and find and that's an example of like how do you translate into a story? Yeah. How do you translate that?
He has to roll because he has exhaustion. So there's the moment where he rolls to I can't remember, to avoid some sort of detriment, and he rolls a 20, and Matt's like, it's fine, and then he realizes, he's like, oh shit, I have disadvantage from exhaustion, and he's like, oh no. And it's the thing I love about Travis as a player is he's honest. Like, it would have been so easy for him to be like,
whoops, I forgot.
Whoops, and then just move on. But it was like, no, I forgot, I'm going to re-roll it. And then he rolls a natural 1. And that's the moment, at least, that he passes out and he instantly dies. And they managed to bring him back to life. And he nearly kills Scanlan. And that's the moment they take the sword away from him. And that moment is really, like, narratively satisfying because it's been a while since they've introduced that sword. And, like, as a game, you're like, shit, yeah, that's gonna fuck it. And so then he gives him the paper with all the effects of the sword. And, like, yeah, how do you convey that? Or how do you convey a moment where, like, yeah, Scanlan rolls a nat 20 and he does this crazy move, it makes them look superhuman in the show. It makes it look like they could do all this crazy kind of stuff. And the show kind of so Jordan, when I was talking to him about season 3, he's like, it's going to be interesting because you haven't really seen it. And I said,
you haven't seen the original.
That's not fair because I've been watching Critical Role. So when I'm watching it, I can see where it's like, oh, like in season 3, my biggest criticism is that they just ram their way through all of the dragons, like within the span of like 3
which is
episodes.
A much longer, much more expanded
thing.
They
kill all 3 of the dragons within like the last 3 episodes, and you could tell in actual Critical Role this is a much longer thing. Or like what's her face? Vax dying is way better in the original Critical Role because again, it's the room. They're all joking around, and then the room just goes silent. Like the energy in their room changes, and that impacts the scene. And there's
absolutely
there's a lot of like.
There's also there's stuff that, which again I understand for the narrative of a show you have to cut certain things.
Yeah.
And at the end of the season 3 of the show, there is a speech that Scanlan has in the original, like in the actual Critical Role, which just isn't there.
So that big speech, we won't spoil it because I'm not there yet. I don't want to spoil it for the audience. But that big speech you're referring to, that's after they beat the big dragon, last evil dragon.
Yeah, from what I recall, it's after they so after they defeat the big dragon, there are consequences within their party, and I'm trying to do this spoiler free, but things end up happening that don't go, because you asked me why certain things happened the other day, and I kind of remember a bit better now. But there are things that the party does which Scanlan doesn't appreciate. I'll put it that way, which leads to the speech. And no, the stuff doesn't happen really in the show at all.
Well, I know that the big thing they've cut it out of the show is that Scanlan becomes like they allude to it. In one of the songs he says where the such and such can create a bunch of spice. So I remember hearing a thing about him becoming a big old drug addict.
And a lot of it has to do with the way that Scanlan, or that not Scanlan, guy who plays Scanlan, Sam Riegel, is playing the character. And that's a thing that I both appreciate and don't appreciate with him as a player, is he absolutely commits to the bit. So whatever he decides the bit of his character is, he will commit to a fault, to the point where it gets irritating for me. So like in the gameplay, that and this is again where I get why they cut certain things for the show, because in the actual stuff, the stuff with the spice, I understand what he's going for, and I understand, and it comes back in campaign 2 with his character where she drinks, and that plays into that as well.
Interesting.
And into gameplay as well, where it's like he also like Travis will commit to a character to a point where it will at times be very detrimental to the party.
Yeah.
And he'll do it anyways.
Yeah.
Which like I appreciate as a performer.
Yeah.
But
Travis
in terms of
will not metagame. Like he will not. In terms of to metagame, and I appreciate it.
But see, that's where I question, and I'm an audio listener, so I don't watch it, so I don't see some of the stuff. But like, there's times where with Sam Riegel in particular, where I question whether or not he metagames, because I think he sometimes does in the opposite way, where he will purposely fail certain things because it makes the narrative stronger in the opposite way.
I mean, I can't say where I'm at, because I just got to episode 50. It's nice. It's nice. I actually remember. So like, I can't say as to whether or not that changes as of right now. Like sometimes there's moments where he's like one of those kind of players where he gets annoyed when people get fixated. He's like, okay, we can move on now kind of players.
Yeah.
But
Travis is the same with shopping episodes.
Yeah, I will say, there's a really cool moment. I like how Scanlan as a character, when it's time to be serious, he's serious. Like I enjoy those moments. So like there's the moment where he's like he's trying to give inspiration to Pike while she's trying to bring Grog back to life, basically. And he's like, he doesn't say anything flashy. He's just like, I just want her to know that we all love Grog and we want him to live, basically. And yeah, and like that's a really sweet moment. He didn't make it into a joke. He didn't try to like overtake it. He allows the moment to happen without undercutting it with a joke, which I really appreciate. So here's my question. So that got away from the point, which is to say, like, when I'm watching that show, you're like, oh, you haven't seen this, so you don't. It's gonna be different. So yeah, we're gonna spoil season 3 of the show. I'm sorry if we haven't already. We're gonna now.
Yeah, my point was more that it won't bother you as much because you don't specifically know what's wrong.
Well, so so here's what I will say to that. There's certain moments where I'm like, I know externally stuff about the show, about Critical Role, and I know what. So big spoiler: Percy gets killed by Dr. Avacus or whatever the fuck her name is. He gets shot in the face.
By the evil gun maker.
Yeah, she's basically Venom. She's Venom. It was driving me crazy the whole time. She's just Venom.
How do you mean?
The Orthax is just a symbiote, and she's Eddie Brock. where the symbiote used to be.
I had never thought about it like that, but yeah, I guess kind of. Sure.
Yeah, the symbiote was with Percy originally, and then he betrayed it, and it went and joined up with what's her name? Dr. Adams, Dr. Scott.
I don't remember.
But yeah, he goes in and joins up with her, and they want revenge on him, and they talk as we. They're like we. It's totally Venom. That's funny. You really never made that connection? That is so funny. Yeah, it's just Venom. It was driving me crazy the whole time.
That's funny. No, I've never thought about that.
It's Venom.
I'm sure they probably have never thought about it that way either.
No, I'm sure they haven't either. But she shoots Percy, and Percy dies, and he's gone for till the last episode where they bring him back to life. And I know, to my basic knowledge of what I know of Critical Role, I'm not going to spoil it, but I know of 2 of them who switch characters, and the only one Ripley, that's what it was.
Anna Ripley.
Yeah, she shoots him in the stomach, I think, or the chest. But yeah, there's 2 of them I know switch characters, and I know that it's Liam O'Brien switches characters, and I know that why can I never remember his stupid name? Scanlan.
Liam doesn't until they do like a one shot, I think, and then. But no,
what's the actor's name?
Who? That plays which character?
Sam Riegel.
Sam Riegel?
Sam and Liam. I don't know. Again, don't give anything away. But I know that something happens to Vax. That's all I'll say. And that happens. The thing that happens to Vax happens right at the end of the campaign. So he's Vax for most of the campaign.
Yeah, from what I recall.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. Okay, because I knew that he's, and I know that that obviously. Sam
Riegel
changes characters.
It's like a big deal in terms of players because without getting into the details of it, there's a particular thing that Sam Riegel had been trying to accomplish that didn't work out, and it was he's crying at the table. That's an example of where I say if they do any version of that in the show, it won't be the same.
No,
it can't be the
same.
It can't
be the same. But I feel like they have to, right? It has to end happening. That's a big deal, right?
It depends on how they do things.
I know it involves the big final bad, right? He does something involving the big final.
Basically.
Yeah.
Basically,
I don't want to
it's a game. It's a big game moment where Sam the player makes a hard choice, which makes a big impact. I'll say.
So I knew that Sam Riegel changed characters. I know that Scanlan eventually. Sorry, spoiler alert. Scanlan eventually leaves. I knew that. So, but I hadn't heard that Taliesin, Marisha, Grog, Travis, and Vax. I had not heard that they changed characters, to my knowledge. No, I'd not heard that. So
by the end of the campaign, every one of those characters has died at least once.
Yeah,
but they don't stay dead.
No, but Grog just died basically, and they brought him back to life.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, narratively, like, none of them, there's not a permanent death, and Taliesin all of a sudden switches to, he's Percy until the end of that campaign. Like, I know that. And so, when he dies, I'm like, well, then obviously he's not going to stay permanently dead. But also, this is the kind of show that would do that, right? Just to fuck with you a little bit.
Well, it's hard to, and this is kind of a thing that this is kind of a thing that I enjoy about this show because let me finish. Let me real quick. That's kind of the thing that I enjoy about this show is because it's diverged. It could be completely different.
And the other, well, I was gonna say the other bit that I assume is, again, spoiler alert for the end of the season, but they break up. The team breaks up at the end, and I assume that doesn't happen in the original show. The team doesn't, unless they do break up at the end.
I don't remember them breaking up like that. No.
Where they all go off to do, but you did mention something of a time skip, because it appears like the end of the next season is going to be.
Well, that's where my memory. It's been so long since I watched the original campaign. You're gonna have to remind me when you get to it, but I just remember that there's in some regard there.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm having such a good time.
In some regard there I think there is, well, where it's like it's a couple months or something, because there's a thing that ends up happening where they run into a thing which happens and a thing happens, and then a thing has happened.
That makes
so
sense.
It's like
all of that makes
sense. It doesn't, but it does to me. And so because that thing happened, like, it's just I seem to remember it being a couple months, but I don't actually remember. Because that might be me conflating things.
Because, like, to my what I understand, there isn't another, like. Okay, so
I just know that in terms of the Percy dying thing, from what I recall, it's one of those, like, they fix the problem sooner.
Like,
basically.
He doesn't, like, oh, so you're saying, like, Ripley does shoot him, like, dead in the original campaign?
From what I recall, yes, and I think they just, like, pretty immediately resurrect him, like
Interesting.
And so, like, the big difference here is the length of time
that he stays dead, and how they bring him back to life, I assume, is also different. Oh, so what is the,
like, from what I recall,
what's the major change that occurs in this season versus the show? Versus the original.
I mean, one of the big changes is the fact that Percy comes to life, like, immediately in the actual thing.
The thing that tells you that
in this version, and then the other big thing. So this is again taxing my memory. If you don't care about spoilers,
well, I mean, try your best, but I mean, just try to be general.
Another character dies, and then actions that the players cause upsets one of them and causes him to fuck off.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, so is it stuff involving Kaylee?
It's stuff involving Scanlan and Kaylee.
Oh, so okay, yeah, that read is, this feels like it's been changed, because I know that he doesn't wind up with her in the original thing, like that I do know.
Well, kind of. It's hard to explain.
Or like
he doesn't long term, but he does. That's why he leaves.
Does Scanlan come? Like, I know he leaves, but he doesn't come back, right? Once he's gone.
He comes back.
Oh, he rejoins the team.
He comes back. He rejoins the team later.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. That I didn't know.
That's what I was kind of hinting at. Is that's where I'm pretty sure there is a time skip because there's stuff involving him.
Interesting. Okay, because so far as I can ascertain, or I can gather, the Critical Role campaign one kind of breaks down into what I would say, not counting the Tiberius Stormwind stuff prior to it, but it kind of breaks down into 3 major arcs: the Briarwoods, the Chroma Conclave, and then Vecna. Spoiler alert.
Oh, so you do know about Vecna?
Oh, I absolutely know about Vecna. Yeah.
Yes, he.
I know about. They've already referenced him. They've referenced him in the show in Vox Machina, and Craven there. They heard the name when they defeated the.
Yeah, my memory's a little fuzzy in terms of the actual thing. But
there isn't like another.
I wanna say that there was something in between the dragons and Vecna.
Interesting.
But
Interesting.
I can't for sure. It's been too
Does
long. I'd
it
have to go and look it up.
does it play? The thing I'm curious about is, does it play out the same way where Kree Summer, not Kree Summer, the dragon who is working with them, and then turns out, oh yeah, big surprise, she's evil the whole time. Does that happen in the original?
So what I'll say from my memory is a lot of this show is, oh, there's X thing, like major thing that's the same, but little things that lead up to big thing are different.
Gotcha. So they're still doing that boss fight. So that is obviously a boss
I,
fight in the
I just
original show, and that they've
I just know that like yeah, there's pretty much right from season two, there's a lot of stuff that's different. Like obviously Pike
oh yeah, Pike
wasn't
is there.
there.
Yeah, she's there way more in Critical Role.
A big
She
thing that's
just came
different
back in the
a
show.
big thing that's different from that season to the original is the party doesn't get split.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So
Split up. Yeah,
that's a right from go. That's a big thing that's
yeah. They
different.
split up a lot.
And so as a result of the party being split, stuff in the story happens differently, right?
They also
So
cut
then
out
that
a lot of side characters that
yeah,
impact.
they
A big thing with I didn't feel it so much in seasons 1 and 2. And to be fair, when season 1 I hadn't really watched. To be fair, I rewatched it, but I didn't find it so much. But with this one, there's a lot of moments in this show which are like they feel unearned. Like they're like, oh, at this moment in the Critical Role, she had done this, but
it's been like 130 episodes and they've spent a lot of time getting to this
so
point,
like
and yeah.
a lot of stuff with Keyleth where like, oh, she shows up at one point, she's trying to convince the Ashari to let her do the locating spell or whatever, or like stuff like Keyleth's abject hatred of this and distrust of this dragon they set up way earlier in Critical Role and allow it to stew. And they
Yeah,
also
that's
explain the
that
dragon's backstory way better, of how like they cut out the bit where they explain that she infiltrated the Ashari and that's why the Ashari poisoned her.
there's also the other big difference of Keyleth's distrust of the dragon in the show versus in the original campaign is, and this is another point where I will say it's sometimes hard to reconcile between a D&D and a show, is a big reason why Keyleth didn't trust that dragon is because Marisha Ray didn't trust that dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that is very much the player knew things that the character did not. And so now when you're watching a story with just the character, it doesn't make sense because it was the player that had those issues and the character wouldn't really have as much of a reason to.
Right. Yeah. Well, I
And
mean,
and
also
like
they
there
cut out
when you're
they cut out
trying
a
when you're
lot
trying
of
to adapt, it's
they,
like it makes it tricky.
they also cut out again a lot of the establishing, like
Oh,
you
absolutely.
hear about her early on, like from other side
A lot of the
characters
seedings, yeah.
who get cut out, like, or like they cut out which in this case, like I'm not faulting the show for cutting this out because it's a long section, like when they go and they save the fire Ashari and they go into the whatever and they fight all the
Yeah.
fire, they fight the fire genie, and they introduce the fire Ashari chief as a character. And so in the show, again, she shows up and she's wearing those fire Ashari robes, and she's like identifying herself as being attached to the fire Ashari, and she has the fire elemental transformation that she's using. But within the show, she can just kind of do that now. Like,
Yeah.
it's not really established. It's a show that really benefits from you having watched it, because again, it's skipping over a lot of Grog
It
in that
kind
show.
of
Really, he loses a lot of the shit that makes that, or like stuff in Critical Role that just isn't. It looks cool when you animate it, but it's not as satisfying as watching him roll to fist fight Groon. Like when he
Right.
fist fight Groon, that fight was epic. It went on forever, and it was epic watching
yeah.
him and Grog go back and forth in
It's
D&D. But when you're watching it in the show, it's like, this is cool, but it's not as cool.
it's a show where it's like I kind of have to remove it from the original source material and
Kinda
kind
have
of
to.
just watch it as its own thing, because it's like, yeah, it's an adaptation of that original thing, but it can never, and this is kind of a thing that I think I've kind of just come to this opinion as I've gotten older, is I don't think I think it's hard to do adaptions.
No, they're
I
hard.
think it's hard. I
They're
think
hard.
it's hard to do,
They're hard.
and so rarely are they done well.
I mean, this is a, don't
Um,
get me wrong. This is a
this
very good adaptation, and
for what it
it's
is.
very pretty. It's a stunningly animated show. There's times where I'm legit
You can
blown
tell
away.
there's a lot
There's
of
a
passion and a lot of
love,
energy
reverence. Their
that has gone
characters
into
are
this.
being respected. I mean, to be fair, it's produced. They all produce it, and they're all involved in
Like
the creation of it at like on like every conceivable level. So
I
like,
think for me, I think what I would say my ultimate button nose when it comes to this show, and this would
no
be my comment generally
real way
for
to.
this show is if you're ever looking at Critical Role and you're feeling intimidated at watching 3 campaigns worth of content and 190
Even one
something
campaign worth of
whatever,
content.
yeah, like if you're feeling intimidated by that, but you want to dip your toes into the world and the characters, this is a good way to dip your
I
toes.
don't.
This gives you a buttoned, watered down, like easy to palate
Yeah,
version of it that you watch this and then you go watch the
it's
original.
it's it's a not as good version of the original, which is feels like a mean thing to say because it's just a different thing than the original. Like
It's a different
it's
medium.
not the same thing. So, but there's just a lot of these moments, and just if it's telling a story, like any story, the original. What'll be interesting to me, and this will be my final, and then we'll move on.
I'm
Um,
interested for the next season and see where they go. Like how
yes,
this
obviously,
because
but for
because the way
me,
that they've ended it from what I recall of how they ended this season, they ended on a fairly happy note where they're all
um,
still friends and buddies and stuff. And that if this is going into the Vecna arc is kind of different than how they end
well, yeah, it's gonna be
the that,
getting a
right? So
first episode's gonna be a getting the band back together thing. But no, the thing I am interested to see because I suspect it will come out before I get to it is the Mighty Nine show.
yeah, I'm excited for that.
That will be interesting because I will probably be watching that clean. That I will probably continue. I don't know. We'll see. I'll keep watching Critical Role for as long as I can keep my interest in it, and then I'm gonna try to catch up. My friends are constantly hassling me to catch up.
Yeah, you
Um,
need to catch up because there's a lot of stuff that I would like to talk to you about in campaign 2.
I'm excited to get to campaign. But I
Which
gotta get through campaign one.
as much as I'm enjoying campaign 3, I honestly think campaign 2 is my favorite.
That's what a lot of people say. A lot of people say campaign two is their favorite. I'm interested. We'll
Campaign 3
find.
is a real nostalgia trip, a real like who's who of, oh hey, there's that thing that I know from the other campaigns, but campaign 2 has just got a lot of
I said
characters that
this.
I
I
really
think I said
like.
this last time, but I'm constantly impressed that they haven't ended it. That they haven't done a series finale on Critical Role and just gone to doing like one shots that they can monetize for content, but otherwise not commit to a full campaign. Because isn't campaign 3 just about to end? Like, are they like at the end practically?
I think they already ended
Did
it.
they already end it? Oh, interesting.
I think they've been doing one of those, like, you know, how they had the in between one, which was like the prequel, which was the Cataclysm
Yeah.
and stuff. I think they're doing a version of that
Oh, interesting.
currently.
What I think they should do is, yeah, I think he should just go full bore, go back to campaign 1, and go back to maybe not necessarily the characters, but like go back to that world. I think that would be fun.
Well, I mean, I know that
I
I think it
also
was
though that having been said,
I think it was Liam O'Brien who was like he'd like to do Exandria like I don't know if he said I think he said future, like a future
I
city
was
version.
literally just gonna say they should do a modern like what Michael did when he did like
That
a
would be
modern.
that would be
That would
fun.
be so fun, and then yeah, you could have like the descendants of like Gilmore's glorious goods. Have Gilmore's like great grandson Gary.
I think
That'd
it
be
was
so
Liam who
fun.
said that he wanted a modern version of
That would be
Exandria. I
fun.
think
That would be fun.
or like a future or whatever. But
Years.
yeah, I'm interested if they are moving on to a campaign 4 soon. I have no idea when that would be, but I'm interested to see what they would do. I need
It's
to finish campaign 3.
yeah, it's a hard show it's a hard thing to invest in. But yeah, and it's really when you get into it, like when you're into a really like intensely emotional moment, you're like really like pulled into it, locked into it. You're like, yeah, this is really fun. Like this is like they're just all so good. Anyway,
Yeah,
we've talked
I will
about Critical
say,
Role entirely too
as
much.
a
We need to move
person
on.
who only listens to it, I will say part of me is curious sometimes to watch it because there's times where they're reacting to models that
Yes.
I don't see.
Okay. This will wrap it up. This is what I will say. I started off trying to listen to it, and I just couldn't get into it because there's just too much talking. And there's too many people talk, especially in the early ones. The audio's so bad. It's funny. I remember asking you when I first started. I was like, "Does the audio get better?" Because it was horrid, and you're like, "No, it does. It gets way more." And it has. It's gotten way better. I can actually listen to it now. But I just couldn't. I couldn't. There was too many.
No, those first early ones are bad.
There's like 6 or 7 of them. They're all talking over each other, and they're all
they were particularly bad back in those early days for the crosstalk.
Oh, the worst ones is when they laugh, and it's really like still now when they all laugh and it's really loud, and I have to turn down my volume. So like listening to it, I just couldn't get into it. When I started watching it was when I really got into it. Like that's when I was really enjoying, because there's just certain like the moment I mentioned where he rolls the one, and they're all like, he's making a face like, oh no, and I can't remember who. I think it's Talisman. Talisman's like, you rolled a 1, didn't you? And he's just got this look on his face like, oh no. And as what's his face, as Matthew Mercer is describing him being dead, just this look on his face of like, what did I do? It's so funny. It's so funny. You would just miss that if you were listening.
What makes it funny though, to tie back into the show, to put a button nose on it, is because I only listen to it. Obviously, I guess when there's the video version of it, they sometimes have the fan art, which gives you an idea of what the characters were supposed to look like.
Valid point. Yeah.
Which I never had. Right? I only had the audio to listen to, and so for a lot of the characters, I have my own mental image, like especially in campaign 2 and stuff like that. I have my own mental image of what some of these characters look like. So when I then see them on the show and actually see them and what they look like,
that's funny.
It's so weird for me because it's like I have no visual frame of reference for a lot of these characters.
That's funny because I'm kind of completely the opposite. Where like, yeah, I watched the show first. Jordan, we got to move on though. We got to move on.
We do. So now we're going to move on to have scenes.
Yep.
So I suppose I will go first and say I watched Oz, the Great and Powerful.
Sorry, we only have 2 hours left before your phone dies. We got.
Yeah, I don't even know what my thing is at. My thing's at like 42%.
Oh no! Okay, we got a mosey.
Oz, the Great and Powerful, which, as an aside, didn't realize it was directed by Sam Raimi.
Yeah. You do see some of that movie does have some of like his horror, and once that's one of those, once you know that like the evil witch Mila Kunis when she turns green and she's like, ah! You're like, yeah, I can kind of see it.
I can. Like once you know, I can kind of see it.
There's certain parts of that movie that always make me laugh. Like I'll never forget when she first turned into the evil witch or whatever, and I turned to you, and I went, "She ain't got no eyebrows." And you, every time I do that, it drives you mad. You're like, "What? She's got no eyebrows." No eyebrows.
I like the movie though.
It's all right. It's okay.
I one of the things that I appreciate, or one of the things that I like, is how when he's in Kansas, it's in the different film style, and then once he gets to Oz, it spreads out, and there's a lot of little touches like that.
You want to know a fun fact?
I don't know. Do I?
So the fun fact about the Wizard of Oz, which is that the Wizard of Oz, the story is in the public domain, but the movie isn't. Yeah, the 1940s movie, the famous one. Yeah. So whenever the Wicked Witch shows up in a thing, she can show up in whatever, but she can't be a certain shade of green, because it can't be the same shade of green as the Margaret Hamilton version. And it's also
interesting.
The ruby slippers.
Yeah.
That's why in most versions she doesn't wear the ruby slippers, because those are exclusive to the movie version.
Interesting. No, I didn't know that. But what I did know is that this is apparently Disney's third film adaptation of Baum's works.
Really?
Following Return to Oz and the television film, The Muppets Wizard of Oz.
Oh, right. Yes, that movie's bad.
We're not here to speak to the quality of these movies. We're here to just talk about the movies. Justin.
One day, okay. I'm gonna do a quick aside on Muppets Wizard of Oz.
Justin, we don't have time for that.
I have to.
Justin, we're burning phone battery here. Justin, make it quick.
I have to, because I have to be like, that's probably the worst Muppet movie. One day we'll talk about it in depth, but it contains a scene where the movie stops so Quentin Tarantino can describe an action sequence that they don't have the budget to do. And that was the movie. I always accused that movie of being too adult for the Muppets. I've kind of changed my stance on that a little bit. But there's a joke where they're trying to audition people to be Muppets, and Rizzo gets onto a boat and is like, onto the bus and is like, how do the girls on Girls Gone Wild do it? And that joke upset me for many, many years because I was like, that's too much for the Muppets. And then they made the 2011 Muppet Show. Yeah, we're going to have to go back to the Muppets another day, and I'll talk about that. But anyway, we're going to talk about the James Franco Wizard of Oz movie.
I like this movie. It's one of my favorite Wizard of Oz things.
It's also, I mean, come on, Jordan, you got to admit, it's also not very good.
Well, I mean, what is good, really?
Not this movie.
I mean, some would argue with you. It had a budget of $215 million.
It did quite well.
It had a box office of $493.3 million. So,
it's weird. It was
some would argue with you.
It was successful, but also like
they didn't
do anymore. But also,
the
James Franco got canceled. So
the film won the Phoenix Film Critics Society Award for Best Live Action Family Film, and Kunis won the MTV Movie Award for Best Villain. Justin.
I mean,
so. It won awards, Justin.
Did it?
It won awards, Justin.
Are those real awards?
I mean, yes, they are.
All right, if you say so.
They're as real as any other award is because people celebrate it, so it's real.
All right.
But it's I mean, again, I like it.
I'm busting its chops. I recall enjoying that movie.
It's as good as
a Wizard of Oz movie involving James Franco is ever going to be.
Yeah, like I don't know. I wasn't looking for like it to move mountains or anything, and it does fine. It does a fine job. I enjoy it.
All right. So, John, you know what's funny? Wait, is that it?
I enjoy especially the end part where it's like pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Wink.
As he makes out with Glinda.
All right. So it's funny is I have a lot to say about my next two movies, and then I don't have a lot to say about the following two movies.
Well, that's okay because mine will probably be fast.
So, all right, okay. So my next one, Jordan, I believe you talked about this before, right? When we had Haley on, we talked about not animated movies that are not Disney.
Which one are you doing?
Kubo and the Two Strings.
I think I did very briefly talk about it, and if I did, then we can put what I said here. I mean, it's going to cut to the clip, but... cut! There we go. Yes, that's what Jordan said. Hey, everyone comment or go to Haley and say hi to Haley. Thanks, Haley, for cameoing in this video. Anyway, Kubo and the Two Strings is done by Laika. That's when Jordan was talking about Laika, who did Paranorman, and what else did and all those other movies that they did.
They did Box Trolls, and
that you can hear me talk about in the Laika video.
And then they did one involving Sasquatch and Zach Galifianakis, and it was quite good. And yeah, this is the story. When we talked about it before, I think we had said, it's based, or at some point we have said, it's based on Japanese mythology. It is not. I mean, it's inspired by Japanese mythology, but it's not specifically based on any one myth. It's really an original story. I believe this to be Laika's opus. This is their magnum opus. This is the best movie they've ever made. It is a stunningly animated movie. The acting is all good. Charlize Theron, Matthew McConaughey. Charlize Theron is the mother and the monkey who kind of charm that comes to life. Matthew McConaughey is the beetle guy who, it turns out, spoiler alert, is his dad.
Whoa! Spoiling things. It's stop motion animated, and the action sequences are beautiful. They're gorgeous. The music, the soundtrack is good. Again, it's beautiful. They show it in the credits, but there's a puppet. I think they said it was like 14 feet tall. But there's the scene. You remember the scene with the giant skeleton puppet? I do.
And they show at the end, in the ending credits, they show them animating it. It's really cool.
Yes.
It's really sick.
Stop motion is difficult.
Oh, the amount of time that would have had to go into this movie.
You got to appreciate it.
It's also like when people are like, nothing drives me more crazy. Jordan, I feel like Jordan's going to agree with this. Jordan, tell me if you agree with this. Nothing
I agree with this.
drives me more crazy than when people say animation is exclusively for children.
No, it's not.
It is an art form like any other. It is a medium of storytelling like any other. And this movie, I would say, is not for kids. Not for young kids. I would say maybe 10-year-old
12,
kids.
12.
10. But it is upsetting. I mean, like, his parents are dead. Both of his parents are dead by the end of that movie. They're dead. They're dead. They're stone cold dead. And it tries to be optimistic and heartwarming, but his parents are still dead. Like, the grandpa kills them both. And it's really like the ants are scary. Yeah, there's portions of it which are frightening. It's dark. It's epic. Yeah, again, it's stunning. Like, there's so many of the fight sequences with the monkey. There's so many sword fighting sequences. You know me. If you watch the show long enough, you know I love sword fighting. There are some stellar sword fighting sequences that if you're like, oh yeah, this is hand like animated, you're like, the amount of hours and labor and like I didn't say this enough when we talked about Wallace and Gromit either, but like, to me, stop motion movies are so much more impressive to me than a traditionally 3D animated movie. Like, they're just so much more astonishing. Do you agree?
I agree.
Do you agree? What do you have to say about Kubo and the Two Strings today, having not remembered it all that well?
I mean, I remember enjoying it quite a bit. I'm always a fan of stop motion animation. Animation in general, I'm a big fan of. It's a medium which I think needs more respect. Just generally speaking, needs more respect.
One of the greatest animated movies of all time, bar none.
That's a bold statement. It's definitely good.
Certainly, I think it's the best Leica movie. Although, okay, that is. I don't know. That might be debatable though, because like Paranorman. I was gonna say Paranorman is so good. It's so good. It got robbed at the Oscars. I stand by that.
Yeah. I mean, they're both good films. They're both good movies.
I just don't think Missing Link was nearly as good as this.
No, it was fine, but no, it wasn't.
Like, to me, Kubo is like a Miyazaki film. This is a reference you're not going to get, and then the Missing Link was more of a Wes Anderson movie. Just like, this is epic in scope and scale and like effort, and I just don't think. And I like Aardman. I don't think Aardman's done anything nearly this good.
Yeah, to me, if you were to tell me that this came from the same studio that made Box Trolls, I would be surprised.
Exactly.
I guess how I would word.
And I liked Box Trolls.
Oh, it's a fine movie. It's just one's art and the other's for children.
Right. That is. Oh my god, that's such a beautiful. Oh man, I don't think that's what this is gonna be. The title of this video is gonna be called, but like, that is exactly it. This is art, and Box Trolls is for children. That is absolutely true. Absolutely true. But yeah,
that's how I would put it anyway.
Yes, it is art. It is art. It's like a painting. But it's
pretty. It's very pretty.
Beautiful movie. Again, the performances, it's all good. Like, I think it's got like a 95% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen. One of my all-time favorite animated movies. Like,
I think every animation studio has that one movie which is like, that's their top dog.
Yeah.
This is so far anyway.
Yeah, they've yet to top
it. This is their top dog. I mean, Paranorman, it's close for me.
It's pretty close, though. Yeah, it's
but like,
pretty
for
close.
me, I think the difference between the two is, for me, with Paranorman, it's really the last scene of Paranorman, which the ending of it
with a little girl, where you're like, wow, this is dark. This movie is dark throughout it, and it has moments of lighthearted, like there's scenes with the monkey and the beetle that are fun and touching and moving. Especially once you find out the truth, which I spoiled it, that the beetle is the dad and the mom is the monkey. Like, the fact that he finally gets to sit between his parents, and like when they die at the end, it's really sad and really moving. That is all beautiful, and it's throughout. Whereas Paranorman is like the beginning's okay, and it's when it's the zombies, it's
they're
okay.
very different. Yeah, they're very different movies, and that so it's like for me it's comparing apples to oranges.
But I would say that Paranorman is also art to me.
Oh, I would agree.
That movie is also art. That's
for
not
me,
a kid's movie
I
as
respect. Well, it's a family movie.
Yeah.
And that's where for years I've said there's a difference between a family movie and a kids movie. A family movie it can do things that a kids movie just can't.
Yeah.
And that's what these do. They like this one is art as a result.
When I was watching it, it's one of those movies where I went. I love watching a movie and being reminded about why I talk so highly of a movie. Like when we talked about it with you, I hadn't seen it, and I just remember I love this movie. I love this movie so much, but it's just not. But when you watch it, you're reminded, you're like, yeah, this is why. This is why I love this.
This
movie.
is what I enjoyed about.
Yeah,
this.
yeah. But that's it. That's Kubo and the Two Strings.
Okay, so
we're not rushing through the end of this, audience.
No,
don't worry.
My next have seen.
Jordan's phone can go to 5 hours.
So okay, this is a movie where it's like I'm aware that we watched it, and like we had a great time watching this because we made fun of it, and we had an in joke for years, like Magic Flying Pirate Ship.
A Magic Flying Pirate Ship.
So when I watched it this time, I don't know what our beef was really. Like it's not good, but I think I've just seen so many worse movies now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
that like it's serviceable.
From what I recall, it's been so long, and I was
my
full disclosure really high when I watched it.
My big thing with the way that it ends is it's like I don't know how the Peter and Captain Hook that we have in this, who are good friends and end the movie as friends, I don't really understand how they become Peter Pan and Captain Hook.
Yeah, you would have found that out in the sequel, Jordan, that they were definitely gonna make.
Right. Okay.
Okay. This is what I will say. This is what I don't remember how the movie ends. I remember two things about this movie, and it's the Magic Flying Pirate Ship, and it was Hugh Jackman coming out and singing "It Smells Like Teen Spirit," even though there's no possible way for him to know that song.
Well, that's what's funny is, there is a line which passively explains it, where he says something to the effect of, "We've taken kids of all ages and sizes from all ages and times."
Yeah, I seem to recall. Yeah, there was
something to that effect.
Explanation for it,
which I guess is supposed to be like, okay, so I guess they've also taken kids from modern time. I guess.
I also think they don't explain how the pirate ship flies.
It's in Neverland. It's just magic.
That Magic Flying Pirate Ship. That's where it comes from.
But I think
it's
part
just
of
magic.
I feel like the idea of how it flies, what we're supposed to interpret, because they're mining like what is essentially fairy dust. I think we're supposed to infer, like, because he uses the fairy dust to stay young forever or whatever. I think we're supposed to infer that they're using the fairy dust to make the pirate ship fly. I don't know.
I don't remember the exact context. I just remember being like, I'm pretty sure it was, why does the pirate ship fly? Because it's a magic flying pirate ship. That's where the joke originates. And so so that for us became shorthand for anytime something doesn't. It's sort of similar to, if you watch The Simpsons, there's a bit where in one of the episodes where it's Lucy Lawless as Xena being like, anytime you have one of those questions, a wizard did it. It's one of those where it's like, it did it because it's magic. Like,
because magic.
Because magic. Yeah, we weren't at that point where we're like, it's just one of those movies. You just have to suspend your disbelief a little bit.
This movie did not do well, though. It had a budget of 150 million.
So bad.
Do you want to take just a singular guess at what the box office is?
25 million.
It did better than that. It had 129 million.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just know that Hugh Jackman was really invested in this. He really thought it was going to be a thing. And yeah, I just remember the bit where he comes out, because I've watched the clip so many times because it makes me laugh every time. Where he comes out, he's like, the lights out, it's just
entertain us.
Yeah, makes me laugh every time. I otherwise remember nothing about this movie.
That's because there's nothing really worth remembering.
I just remember Hugh Jackman. That's all I remember.
Like, it's not a very interesting movie. I don't really have much more to say about it. I don't know. It's
a magic flying pirate ship.
I guess you could say it's like a live action Disney movie before the live action Disney movies were really a thing.
But bad. No, is that it for Pan?
I mean, they're all bad.
They're all bad.
Yes, that is it for Pan. I have to save time for Avatar.
Avatar, the last beef bender.
Because that's the one thing that I'm not rushing through.
Bends those beef. I mean, hey, worst case, you switch over and you can do your Bluetooth headsets.
That is the worst case, but we're gonna try not to do that.
So, Jordan. I don't know what made me pick this one. It was completely out of not really what I was thinking when I said fantasy, but it popped into my head, and I was like, I have to talk about it. I have to talk about the rapping genie himself, Jordan. I have to talk about Kazam.
Of course you do.
Who goes on
I think I've already talked about this on here. And if I did, and Justin feels like taking the time to search for it and put the clip somewhere,
think you did.
Then he can put it right here.
I don't think you have. I'm positive you haven't.
I seem to remember doing it, but I don't know. I've watched so many things.
I watched it recently. I watched it when I first got Disney Plus for fun, just because it was on there. But
I either did, and you guys will have already seen the clip of me talking about it, or I didn't, and you won't have.
I don't know what you would have watched it for, but if I did, yeah, you'll have already watched it. So okay, Kazam the rapping genie. Okay, so for those of you who, where do I even begin with Kazam the rapping genie?
Beginning.
Where do I even begin with? So okay, Kazam the rapping genie. Kazam the rapping genie. His Shaquille O'Neal stars Shaquille O'Neal as a genie who raps, and it's crap. None of it slaps. I can't think of another word that rhymes with rap. It's about.
Would you say that when it comes to thinking of words, you've come to a bit of a gap?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah, that's what I would say. So here's the history of because for those of you who don't know what Kazam is, even though I've already played the trailer, you've already seen the trailer, because that's how these videos work. Shaquille O'Neal, the basketball player, plays a genie who is trapped in a boombox, who is discovered by a young boy who offers him 3 wishes. And this young boy, his mom is about to marry a guy who he doesn't like, a fireman who's honestly, it's really funny. It's one of those movies. Okay, here's the thing with this movie. We're going to intersperse personal anecdotes here. And I'll say that I watched this movie a shit ton when I was a kid. I watched it so much when I was a kid. I loved this movie when I was a kid. And as a kid, you're like, yeah, fuck the new guy. You know, he's trying to be his dad, and he's
moving in on him and trying to be his dad, and
like
fuck now, that guy.
Now as an adult, I'm like, he seems like a perfectly reasonable, nice guy who's trying to find a middle ground. He comes in at one point, he's like, look, I'm not trying to be your dad, but maybe we could be friends. And he's like genuine and sincere. Like it's not like he's not a jerk. Like there's never a moment where he's a jerk. And okay, what you've obviously seen this movie. What do you remember about his dad?
That he was a neglectee dad, bad dad, not a good dad, and apparently a criminal. I think.
What? Okay. So what do you think his crime was? Because it blew my mind a little bit because it wasn't what I remembered.
So.
And it's the dumbest thing ever.
From what I remember, wasn't he boosting? Like he was boosting the songs or something.
Oh my god, you absolutely remember. Okay, so in my memory, it was drugs. I remember him selling drugs. Like I remember him.
No, wasn't he selling like cheap cheap songs or something?
I remember.
Or
Hold on, I'll tell you what he was. I remember him being a criminal. So yeah. So when the plot point of this movie is that he's selling pirated CDs. So like okay. So the conflict of this movie is, so okay. So they show up at the dad who's working at this club.
and I only remember that because I remember the kid, his son, the bullies or whatever. He's like, I can get a
The
bootleg
master
version of
the master copy of the tape of the main tape
yeah,
of the concert that they've recorded
yeah.
that they're gonna make it to bootleg CDs apparently, and this is somehow worth $1 million. And now to be 100% fair, this movie came out in 1996, and my idea of bootlegs and pirating CDs could be entirely separate, right? It could be completely different. But like, so he I'm gonna skip ahead. At the end, he eventually gets the tape back and he takes it to the bad guy. And the bad guy's like, go print 10,000 copies of this. And I'm like, but how, what? What is the benefit to buying a bootleg CD versus just buying the actual CD? Are you selling it for cheap? Why is this illegal? How is this illegal? The movie, it comes across that at one point, this is the show part of this. It reads as though that, because the history of this is that the writer of it went to a Shaquille O'Neal game, like a basketball game,
And pitched it.
yeah, the film's origin begins with the director Paul Michael Glazer taking his son to an NBA All-Star game with an acquaintance who was on Shaquille O'Neal's basketball team. He asked him if he would like to meet Shaquille O'Neal. And in passing, the acquaintance said that if he knew if there were any roles that Shaquille O'Neal would be good for, and he said that he while they were making Space Jam, he went to the company who made it and had the idea, well, what if Shaquille O'Neal was a genie? And that was the origin of the movie. So my theory is that this movie was originally a PG-13 adult comedy, and the dad and the bad guy were running drugs or doing crimes out of the nightclub. Because a big part of the plot of this is the evil bad guy, who is basically Jafar, convinces the genie to come do music for him and perform at his club, and he takes advantage of the genie, of Kazam. And it was during that period of time where, do you know why the genie raps, Jordan?
Um, I, any answer I can give feels like it would get me in trouble. I'm gonna plead the fifth.
The reason why the genie raps,
I
Jordan,
mean, Will Smith.
sort of, you're not far off. The reason why the genie raps is because at the time Shaquille O'Neal was trying to have a rap career. He has an album.
Of course he
Jordan,
does.
do you remember the raps in this movie? They're all bad. Not a single song in this movie is good. Not
if
one.
if you want to call them that, then
there's-
yes, I do.
They're awful. He raps like this. You know,
He talks
where it's
like
kind
this,
of a
where he
miss.
raps and he thinks and it think.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that good. No, it's the most basic rhyme scheme where he's like, I'm gonna do a rhyme. It's gonna be on time, and the way I do that rhyme's gonna be sublime. You better believe we're flying. We're not crying. That kind of rap. It's like Eminem rap. It's like bad.
Because I'm
lazy.
Shazam and it's time for the man.
We're gonna be kablam. He's got this really awful song with the kid where it's like, we ain't men, we genie, and it's like it's the worst thing ever. And so yeah, so the genie rap. So it seems like it comes across like at one point the plot of this was just Shazam, and maybe he was doing wishes for the dad, and it was just that, and it was a PG-13 adult comedy, and then someone went over it with like in a rewrite and went, well, what if we made this a kids movie? And it was changed into a kids movie, and they added the kid and they added all this stuff involving the dad and whatever. But it reads like initially it was just a vehicle for because the ending of it doesn't make any sense.
I see this more originally, not so much as not like it became more sanitized, but I see this more as like, an early 90s family movie, which again is different. different than a kids movie.
it
So like, yeah, where the dad was still neglecting, instead of it being a tape, he did drugs. Like they had slightly more
what I'm saying
serious
is
things.
what I'm saying
But
is this reads, and to be fair, we could read it differently, but this reads as though at one point it wasn't a family movie. It was like a PG-13, not an R-rated comedy. This doesn't read like it was R-rated. It reads like it was a PG-13, like a a '90s PG-13 comedy, like an Ace Ventura, or like a one of those kind of.
no, see, I don't see it. I don't read it that way.
But that's how, again, that's how a lot of the jokes and a lot of the, because there's a lot of weird lines which don't make any sense, where he's talking again to be, now this is all off the basis of the fact that it's a tonally weird movie. The third act is weirdly dark. It gets weirdly dark.
Yeah, like an early '90s family movie.
But no, more like a PG-13.
I disagree.
PG-13 comedy. Like
I think it's more like a '90s family movie. Because family movies back in the day were allowed to do stuff like that.
But so the number one, it doesn't explain how he winds up in the jukebox. Initially, he's in the lamp, and then he winds up in so it reads as though they never reference him having been in the lamp ever. He never says I was in a lamp. They always reference him as being in the boombox. So my theory is that that the dad was the main character, and he found the boombox, and it was about him, because there's a bunch of lines about him managing talent and him deciding who's talent, and he's got a love, and the Shazam has a love interest that doesn't go anywhere really, and that nothing becomes of that storyline. And so my theory is that the kid was added in a rewrite, and that it was initially like it was about the rapping genie, and the dad was producing him, and because the bad guy shows up in the end, steals like Jafar would, right? He has that moment where
see, I don't think it was the kid that was added last minute. I think it was the mom and stepdad that was added.
No,
I think the kid. I think the kid was always there. He was always living with the shitty dad who was not paying attention to him or whatever.
So.
And he comes across the tape deck at his dad's place because his dad was a music guy.
Again,
that's how it comes across to me. It doesn't come across like it was ever anything more than that.
But again, because when you read that this was a vehicle for Shaquille O'Neal, it absolutely does. It makes sense that this started off as a movie for Shaquille O'Neal, probably they thought he could be like an Eddie Murphy type, or like a that kind of.
Sure,
because
there was always a character he was with, and I just don't believe it was the dad.
It absolutely.
I don't. It doesn't. It doesn't to me.
Not the dad, but like an adult male character. Like
it doesn't. It doesn't to me.
Basically an Aladdin. This was Aladdin. Like at one point, because the bad guy is a character.
Yeah. So you want to argue that the kid was like 14 or 15? He was still there.
No, the kid was no. This again. This.
I disagree.
This did not start off as a kids movie. It didn't. Or a family movie.
No,
it started off as a PG,
I disagree.
A PG-13, like I say, a PG-13.
Well, that still works with a 15-year-old kid, man.
No,
a PG-13 movie
does not
absolutely works with a 15-year-old. Yes, it does.
The kid. This reads as though the kid was added. The kid, and I do.
I disagree.
I do agree with you. It reads as though the kid, the mom, and the stepdad were all added.
See, that's where we disagree. I think the mom and the stepdad were. I think the kid was always there. Not necessarily a young kid. He could have been 14, 15. Certainly the kid was. But I think the kid was always there.
Never.
In some capacity.
You could tell. It
that's your opinion.
Well, it reads as though when you see the scenes, a lot of the later, the bad guy doesn't make any sense. For it, just because
it comes across like there was supposed to be like a Will Smith, like a 14, 15, 16-year-old kid.
It does not.
Yes, it absolutely does.
When was the last time you watched this movie?
For this show.
When was the last time you watched this movie?
I don't know, a while ago.
Exactly. I watched it the other day. So, like I'm telling you, the way it reads in film is you're thinking of it less specifically. I'm thinking like specifically there's scenes and dialogue in this, like referencing, especially with the bad guy when he gets the boombox at the end. Like it plays as though it wants to be like Jafar, where he picks up the boombox and now he controls the genie. But then there's this artificial rule that they add that the kid has to die in order for the genie to transfer ownership. So he pushes the kid down an elevator shaft, and the kid's just gone from the climax. And then it turns to he breaks control of the bad guy, and he gets into like a big fist fight with all of the bad guys. And that scene is from a completely different movie that the kid was not in. Like, that's what I'm saying. This script reads.
We're going to agree to disagree.
Well, again, the script reads as though, and I'm saying that
to you, yes.
Just the way it plays out, the script reads as though, and I'm not saying that the kid wasn't added early on. What I'm saying is, like this is one of those times where, and you don't do this, right? You don't do this, but I've read enough scripts, and that to where you could tell that this was a different script at one point, and that the fact that he's a dad.
I mean, yeah, maybe the first version of it, but
of this,
so very early on it changed that's to me that's an irrelevant statement.
I mean, but it's not, because
it is.
This thing was clearly meant to be my point was you've diverted me from the point, which is to say that this clearly was not a kids movie initially.
I disagree.
This was because, again, once you read that, it was like, oh, what do you think Will Smith is good for? No one would have said to, not Will Smith. Shaquille O'Neal. No one would have said to Shaquille O'Neal, hey, do you want to be in a movie where you're a rapping genie for a kid? I guarantee you that's not what this was. I guarantee you this originally had a way more serious tone, and I guarantee you that there were, because there's a bunch
we'll never know.
There's a bunch of jokes involving Kazam, and especially the stuff with him and the girl.
That's why I agree with you. I don't think it was supposed to be a kids movie. I think it was supposed to be a family movie.
I think he
because
was the main
when
character.
your main character, side character, either way, it was meant to be a family movie. I think it was always meant to be a family movie, and it's just about how old in the family you were allowed to be. Not again, I don't disagree with your PG-13 like sentiment, but
absolutely not.
That's still a family movie.
Certainly, I don't think that version of the kid. Okay, maybe I will grant you.
Again, that's where I've said he could have been 14, 15. That makes it a completely different movie. When you're taking a 14 or 15-year-old kid versus like a 10-year-old, that's a very different movie and a very different reaction to finding a mystical, magical genie in your music box.
I think at best, if there was a kid involved, maybe you're right. Maybe it was about a shitty dad, but the shitty dad was the main character. Like, it was.
That's where we're gonna agree to disagree.
The kid was not you, but again, agree to disagree. You couldn't watch this movie and tell me that, like, there are scenes where I could point out to you where I'm like, the kid wasn't in this version of the script. There's scenes where I could point out to you where I'm like, the kid was this is clearly a reshoot, or this is clearly an addition. Like, there's so many.
All right, then you should go and make a 20-hour video where you dissect that movie and point all that out. I don't have time. We're running out of battery life.
But yeah, ultimately my the rapping genie. The rapping's bad. Yeah. Clearly Shaquille O'Neal thought this was going to be a big deal. Like, they clearly. It also the ending is bizarre. Like, it ends with him. He runs off and he's now a Jinn and he has ultimate power now. He can do whatever he wants. He like there's a scene at the end where it ends with him walking off with the girl. It's very odd. The tone of it gets really dark at the end. And again, it feels like it's from a completely... Yeah, that's my thing. This feels like it was clearly at one point a completely different movie that some executive went, what if we could sell this to kids? Or 1996, quite honestly, it feels like on a rewrite, because they said, 91? See, on a pass, Aladdin had come out, and they were like, what if we make this more like Aladdin?
Probably.
That's it. That's Kazam.
Okay, moving on to have not seens. This one's going to be very fast because I just don't have a lot to say about this one. The first one I watched was King Arthur, Legend of the Sword. Justin, have you heard of King Arthur, Legend of the Sword?
I think I have.
Came out in 2017.
Directed by Guy Ritchie?
Yes.
Yes, I have. King Arthur's played by Charlie Hunnam?
Probably.
I'm pretty sure it's the guy from...
Yes,
he
is.
I'm pretty sure it's the guy from Pacific Rim. But
Couldn't tell you.
I have heard of this movie. I've never seen it, but I have heard of it.
Save your time. It's not very interesting.
Really?
I didn't. I found myself hard to pay attention
So is it
to it.
like they're trying to do King Arthur, but what if it's real? That's because that's what it looked like. And so
Kind of.
Merlin doesn't exist. Merlin's not a
Well,
thing.
Merlin did exist. He forged the sword that he has. So Merlin did exist. Uther's brother, Vortigern, who wants the throne, does a coup. And so in the movie, Arthur has been hiding in a brothel. Like he was raised in a brothel, and his dad's dead, and his uncle's on the throne, and I didn't even realize it was his uncle.
Yeah, I don't know a ton
And
about
then
King Arthur. Kind of
and
realize
then
that.
the uncle has people trying to pull the sword from the stone to find Arthur, I guess, and kill him so he can stay on the throne.
See, is
But
is
then,
King Arthur one of
but
those figures in history where he's real, but but
he's
like,
been so
yeah,
dramatized.
dramatized to become a mythological figure, or is he fictional? Because there's some of those mythological figures where I often find myself surprised to find out that they were real people, or based on real people in
I
part.
I honestly don't know. I always just took it to be a myth.
That
Like it
was
was
yeah,
just
that was my thing. But there's some times where I find
um
myself surprised.
had a budget of 175 million. The box office was 148.7 million. Did not do very good.
Nope, did not.
Um but yeah, in terms of Arthur, I think probably Pendragon and Arthur might have been real, but obviously Merlin, Morgana, and the sword are probably the parts that are like where the myth comes in.
Maybe. I don't know.
I couldn't actually tell you. I've
Is
never
the action
tried
at
to look
least
it up.
good? Is it at least a good action movie?
From what I remember, yeah, it was just one of those ones where it was like it didn't pass the phone test, so I spent half the time on my phone because it was just boring.
That usually happens. So when that happens to me, a lot of times I usually end up reading about, like in this case, I probably end up reading about King Arthur. Just sit there reading about
Well,
King
for me,
Arthur.
it devolved to me just not paying attention and then reading about the plot on Wikipedia afterwards because I couldn't tell you
Yeah,
a goddamn thing that happened in this movie.
I had to do that with Gods of Egypt. I was reading the
Um,
Wikipedia article while I was watching it because I was like, I don't. I'm really
all
lost.
I all I remember is the end where Arthur has the sword and his people are starting to build the round table.
Interesting, interesting. So is it like him getting the band together? So like it's him how he meets Lancelot and
Well,
all those
it's
guys.
literally it's like it starts and like there's all the bad people that are trying to like they're gathering up people and like he comes out of a thing and the one guard is like you don't have the sigil or whatever and he's like no and he's like well and you're gonna go on a boat but it's not gonna be on the boat that you expect and then he ends up and then there's the sword and it's in the stone and like all the people are in a line to try and pull it and if they can't pull it and it burns them they get like the mark on their arm to mark that they can't pull the sword and it's just a lot of stuff happens it's just not I didn't find it to be very interesting.
Was it very engaging? So is there other than the magical sword in the stone, there's not really a magical kind of movie.
Well, I mean, it is. I guess a big part of it is that there's mages and stuff, and then the bad guy has the mage hunters who hunt the mages. And I don't know, there's enough to it. It's just it didn't do it for me.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, you're a King Arthur kind of guy. You normally like King Arthur shit.
I like King Arthur shit, and it's just this one just didn't. I don't know. I like King Arthur shit when it's silly, but
Yeah,
like
fair enough.
when it's too dark or it's
It's t-
trying like
Took
this
itself
just
too seriously.
screamed yeah
Yeah.
and especially because I had been watching my next one the last Avatar and so it's like I already had that which was taking a silly thing and trying to do it too
Yeah,
seriously
fair enough.
this just made me think of and like it's nothing like it but in just a lot of ways it just Game of Thrones. Like it
Interesting.
was just a Game of Thrones, or like even to call back to the Avatar, it was just an Avatar where it's like this is a thing that should be fun,
Yeah.
but it wasn't.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned. Is that it? Is that it?
That's it for this. I really don't have anything else to say
Because
about this
it's
one.
funny that you say Game of Thrones because like yeah, Game of Thrones is like that. I thought about that midweek where I was like, oh, maybe I should have watched some Game of Thrones. Where it's like,
I
yeah,
considered it.
theoretically, because we have Crave, we absolutely have access to it. Um,
Yeah.
um, it takes a thing that theoretically should be exciting and interesting and makes it boring. And what's really funny is that's how I always felt about Star Trek, where I was like, how can space travel be boring? But like, yeah, it takes Dungeons and Dragons and swords and all that shit and makes it dull. It's just people in rooms having conversations in fantasy.
It's just a lot of talking.
Like, yeah,
and I think that's my thing with that movie is it's just my big memory of it is not the action scenes, which I'm sure there were some that I just don't are not sticking out in my brain. It's just there's a lot of talking about things that are going to happen when the person does the thing. Yeah,
it looked really grayscale and really dull looking. Like and I do recall that I remember the trailer. To be fair, that movie tanked. It bombed horribly. But I remember that from the trailers. I remember it being like, oh, this is a King Arthur movie. It looks really dull, which is a shame because I like Guy Ritchie. Guy Ritchie did the only movie that I can think of that you would have seen.
And I like King Arthur and stuff about the Knights of the Round Table.
You also like Guy Ritchie. Like he directed the Sherlock Holmes, the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies.
Oh yeah.
So his shit's normally like high energy, frenetic, like exciting, dynamic, and that movie doesn't look like. Anyway,
maybe if I had watched it earlier in the week, maybe I would have had a better reception to it. I
don't know.
But
I see what you're saying. It looked dull to me. But so it's funny that you mentioned Game of Thrones because I watched a movie called Gods of Egypt, and this movie is basically Clash of Titans but with Egypt. It stars the guy who plays Jaime Lannister is in it, and he is I'm gonna pull up the Wikipedia article so I get the names right. And to be fair, it is actually when I was watching it, I was reading the Wikipedia article, and it sort of I realized a few things while watching this movie. Number one, I know very little about Egyptian mythology. And number two, not every mythology is like 1-to-1. So,
I know a little bit.
Little bit, and like you're kind of like any narrative thing, you know. As far as they're like that are similar. This is the version of that. So like I'm like, oh okay. So is this Hades? Is this their version of Hades, or is this their version of Zeus? But their gods are different. So
yeah.
I always thought that Anubis was Hades.
Isn't he the god of the dead?
No, he is a god of the dead, but he's not the god of the dead.
So they have more of a spread when it comes to the pantheon, basically.
Yeah, he's sort of like. Hold on, I'll bring up exactly what he is. But he's like basically the god of going to death, essentially.
Oh, so he's more like if you were to akin it to Greek, he's the ferryman.
Kinda, yeah, pretty much. Like part of the plot of this movie is so this movie is based on the myth of Set and Horus, where Set kills Horus. They're basically like two gods of the same coin. So Set is the god of like the desert, basically is how they sum it up, and not Horus. Sorry, Set and Osiris. Osiris. They're two sides of the same coin. So how it like literally translates is Set is the god of the desert, and Osiris is the god of the living lands, the fertile lands where people live, basically. And so they're meant to balance each other out. And one of the myths is that Set kills Osiris and disperses his body parts amongst wherever, and his wife puts them all back together. Anubis is, the god of mummification. And the god of mummification and the afterlife and the dead. But another god of the dead is Osiris is also the god of the dead. So there's more than one god, and they are the sons of Ra, who is the god of the sun.
That's a lot of gods that you've just spouted.
So you've got Osiris and Set, Osiris and Set, and you've got Ra. You know Ra. Ra's the sun god.
He's the sun god. Yeah.
He's the father of them.
By the power of Ra.
And so the plot of this is I could do this plot. It's very simple. Very simple. Set as played by Gerard Butler, who is having a great time in this movie. This movie reminded me of two movies. It reminded me of Clash of the Titans and Immortals. Because Gerard Butler's basically what's his face, the bad guy from Immortals in this, where he's having way too much fun and is a completely different movie. But he shows up on the day that the guy from Game of Thrones is about to become king, because how it works in this movie is the gods live among the humans and they rule over them as king, and Osiris is the king of the people, and he's about to give up his kingship to his son Horus. And Set shows up and kills Osiris and the wife and steals Horus's eyes and banishes him. And there's a thief, and he is in love with this girl, and the girl convinces him to steal back one of the eyes so they can bring back Horus, so they can stop Set, who has taken over the world. Like, he's taken over Egypt and is ruling Egypt with an iron fist. And this is Egyptian heaven. So in order to get into heaven, in order to get into the afterlife, he is now declared. Before, Osiris said you could just get into the afterlife, and he shows up and is like, nope, now you have to pay to get into the afterlife. So you wind up at the door to get to afterlife, and you don't have any money, any worldly possessions, you get rejected from the afterlife. And
so what you're saying is you can take it with you.
Yes, that's what the Egyptians thought. That's the whole like being buried with your stuff thing. You know, that's why they have Egyptian tombs. That's very
Got
much,
it.
Yeah. And so Horus and this thief, they team up, and while stealing back one of the eyes, the thief's girlfriend gets murdered and gets killed, and Anubis shows up and is taking her on the journey to
Hell.
Basically, he's like, oh, I can't bring her back to life, or I can't. Once someone goes to the underworld, you can't, or the afterlife, you can't bring them back. But in order to get to the afterlife, they have to go on this journey, and it takes multiple days. And so then they go on this big journey to basically kill Set, and because Horus wants revenge, and only the king can go and retrieve her, basically. And Set is now the king. So they want to go and kill Set so that Horus can become king and they can save the girl, which they do, and they beat the bad guy, and it's really bad. It's a really horrendous movie. The action sequences are horrible. When I was watching it, it made me go, does this guy ever do an action sequence on Game of Thrones? I've only watched 6 seasons of Game of Thrones, but the entire time I was like, is he ever in an action sequence where he does a sword fight on that show? Because like,
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't actually remember.
He is genuinely terrible in these action sequences, like so bad. The sword fighting is horrible. Also, I forgot to mention this. They can all, you know how like in all artwork of the Egyptian gods, they all have animal heads.
Yes.
Well, how this movie chooses to interpret that is basically they're superheroes. So like this movie is like the gods and the humans are both technically mortal in the sense that they can be killed, but the gods have powers and they can turn into creatures. And so they all turn into various forms of animal creatures. So like Horus has like a bird head, so he turns into like a bird thing. The one guy turns into a dog thing. And they're like weird sort of kind of robot looking ish like creatures that they turn into, and they're gigantic and they fight. So the action sequences of this movie are just bad CGI characters bashing against each other. The guy who's from Game of Thrones is absolutely phoning it in. Like I said, the only good one is Gerard Butler, and it reminded me. It became that was the movie where I realized midway through that like we've never really managed to make any mythology stick in terms of movies other than the Greek one. Like this movie wants to make Egyptian mythology as ubiquitous as Greek mythology, but it's just different. It's just a different mythology. Their approach to mythology is just entirely different. Also, I completely forgot to mention the fact that not one person in this movie is Egyptian. They're all played by white people.
No, that's not even.
The only person of color in this movie is Chadwick Boseman.
No. You're not supposed to think about that. This was what 2012, 2000.
No, Jordan. This was absolutely. I think it was 2019.
Oh, no, it's fine. That was like 7 years ago. It's okay.
Perfectly fine. Yeah, Chadwick Boseman randomly shows up. I was like, oh, there's Chadwick Boseman. All right. Hey, Black Panther. I'm trying to think. Was there anything else? Nope. That's it. I got one more. I don't have a ton to say about it.
Okay. So, my last have not seen. I watched the 2024 live action Avatar show. And since I had time because it was only the first season of the Avatar show, I also went back and watched the first season
Book one,
of the
water.
animated book. Yeah, the book one, Water, animated one as well, so I could remember how bad the live action one was.
Yeah, it's
Um,
weird. Like, it looked bad, and I'm gonna let you get to telling me whether or not it is bad. Um, it looked bad, but every bit of critical reception to this is good. I haven't seen any poor critical reception to this, but it looked bad. Every clip I've seen of it looks bad. Go on.
so okay, so the
Preamble.
biggest the biggest point of contention that I have comes from the fact that you're taking 20 episodes of a show and condensing it into 8. So you're right away going to be
But
losing a lot of character growths.
okay,
A lot
okay.
of
But let
Let
me.
me talk,
Well,
Justin.
no. I just wanted to ask just a clarifying question before you continue. You said though that the episodes are longer though, so does it cut? Because it's
It
technically
it does.
okay.
It does.
Because instead of like 20-minute episodes, it's like 10-hour long episodes. So
No, not 10. It's 8 episodes. It's
okay,
8 40-minute episodes. The only one which is an hour is that first one. The rest of them are about 40 minutes.
right. All right, continue.
Um, it cuts not only episodes just point blank, which I understand why certain things are cut. Certain
Yeah,
episodes can be cut, and that's fine, and it
like
doesn't that's not let me talk,
what I was gonna say
please.
is the
Let me
swamp
talk.
is the swamp one in the first season?
No.
No, it's not. Okay. So I think of episodes you could cut from the first season.
There's definitely stuff that they have cut which you can cut. Like um I'm struggling to think of good ones that you can cut, but there are ones that as I was watching it, I was like, you can cut these. Um,
I can
and
think of ones.
there's stuff,
I just don't know if
there's
they're
stuff where I understand why they did. Like why, like for example, they have it in the new show. They have it where all the airbenders go to the one temple. So then Aang in the group don't go to both sets of temples in the show. And then as a result, they don't and like it snowballs, right? Like because you cut one thing, it then snowballs into other things.
What about
Um,
the episode where it's Aang has to convince the two groups of people to work together and they hate each
that's
other?
an example of one where I say yes, that's one that I would cut.
That is season 1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's one you can cut. Sorry, I'm just like what are episodes you could cut?
And
That
so my point wasn't that cutting things in and of itself is bad.
yeah, I agree.
My thing is that there are things that they've cut or just straight changed, which I think are to the detriment of what
Yeah.
they're trying to do.
You could cut
Um,
stuff as long as as long as the story continues to make sense.
so my thing with this show, and
Changes aren't bad.
this is what I kind of I said to Justin is, to me, and again I want to, if there are people that enjoy this show, that's good for you, that's great. I prefer the original. um
So I
I
watched the original.
personally, yeah, well that's yeah. um there can be more than one thing. This can be for the people that enjoy it, it's not for me. I think that for like a number of the characters, I don't like how they're portrayed in this in this show, and I think their portrayal changes a lot of what happens in the story in general. So like Sokka to me in this show basically is like you know what Sokka is like in the first episode, like the first
Yes.
couple episodes where he's like a sexist jerk who doesn't care about his sister, doesn't want to listen to her. So imagine if you took that version of Sokka and he was just like that for the entirety of the show.
That would be
Because
frustrating.
that's basically what this
That's
show
what it would
did,
be.
as far as I'm
That's what it
concerned.
would be. It would be frustrating.
It's like he doesn't grow, like
Interesting.
he just
Interesting.
and so and it's really hard for me to put into words, but I think that the best way that I can put it is the way that I said to you earlier in the week, where I'm like, this show is really like if you took the skin of Avatar and paraded around in it,
Yeah, yeah.
like it you have the lion skin draped over you, but you're not a lion. It has Avatar coating, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not Avatar. It's not
I'm trying to think of a
doesn't
good.
capture doesn't capture the original feel of the show. It doesn't. The characters are and it's weirdly violent in a way that like the original show subtexted towards and broached on and made you think about without ever actually like showing a man being burned alive by firebenders.
Yeah, I never
Like,
used to be a guy where I was like, sometimes subtext is enough. Like, I never used to be one of those guys, but yeah, doing this is maybe like sometimes implication is enough. You don't
it's
need to
just
show the thing. You could just
yeah.
imply it. It's fine.
It's and so it really does feel like you've taken a show which was made for like 8 or 10 year olds and you're trying to make it into this thing that's for adults when it was never meant to be for adults.
It strikes me as maybe you agree with me on this. It's attempting to take the thing that was for children and then making it again for the same people who watched it as children.
Yeah, but
To
without any of
justify
the
to justify
without
their go
without
on.
any of the without any of the depth or likability or things that made the first one
Charm,
good.
charm. I think
Charm,
the word you're
yeah.
looking for is charm. Um,
Yeah. So
where
like Iroh for example, in this is a completely different character than he is in that original one. And so it's like it's for me it's like it's not even that the style is different, which it's not really because there's things which Appa looks like Appa, Momo looks like
yeah,
Momo.
it
They
looks right.
look right, but none of the characters feel like the
It just
characters. So like
they look right, but it feels off.
yeah,
Yeah,
like and that's
yeah.
where I
That's
say
what it
it
looked like.
really
That's exactly
that
what it looked like.
then that's where I say the best way that I can really describe it is yeah,
It's
like
wild because
you're
you're.
putting on putting on your parents' clothes and pretending to be
Oh,
adults. Like there's a good metaphor here, but I can't think of it. But
there's
it's
a
like
good metaphor.
where it's like yeah, like you're
Um,
that's really the best where it's like yeah, you're putting on your parents' clothes and playing house. Like you
no, but
want to
that's
look like something else, but you're not.
I get what you're saying. See, that's not how I would. Yeah, the lion one where you're not lying. That also that's not quite
But you get
right.
you
I
get
know.
what I'm saying though.
I absolutely get what you're saying. I just don't think those are good. I don't think those are the right analogies
I
for
can't
it.
think of a better one
I
though,
can't think of. It's like
where it's just and so it's funny because
it's like the
I went I
Muppets. No, it's not like the Muppets.
kind of well it's just it's like it's like
It's
it's
like
selling itself as Coca-Cola and it's just cola.
yeah. You know what? Maybe that's it. It's like dollar store cola, where it's theoretically right, but no, because it's too accurate to
Or
regular
like
cola for that to be
or
true.
or I guess more it's like
I'm
um
trying to think of a good
it's like
movie.
it's trying to sell itself as Coca-Cola, like the normal Coca-Cola, and it's actually Diet Cola, like Diet Coca-Cola, where it's like it's close, it's almost right, it
Yeah,
looks right, it feels right, or it looks right, but it doesn't taste
I'm
right.
trying to think of like a good like movie like equivalent to what this would be, where it's
Because
like,
so as I was watching this live action one, I was not only comparing it to the and I haven't watched the
is
M
it
Night
better?
Shyamalan
Is it
one.
better than the Shyamalan one?
That's where I
That's the
had to
question for me.
question.
That's the
I,
question for
I I
me.
had to question that, and I have to give it a technical yes because it at least called Aang
It
Aang.
gets the names right.
It gets the names
And
right, it
it
gets the
looks right.
costumes
The
right, and
tattoos
it looks
looks right.
right,
Yeah,
but there's
it's
just a
a
vibe.
it's a low bar. It's a
It's
low
just
bar, but it clears it.
it's just
Is
there's
the
there's
acting
just a
better? Like, is the acting at least good? Are the performances okay? Like, okay, put aside your issues with the
So
material and the
okay,
writing.
here's what I'm gonna say.
Is it
Here's
directed
here's
well?
I think gonna be my final thoughts or my final summation on this until the second season comes out and I can try have a reason to come back to it. Um, I think it's an example of, if this is your first experience with Avatar, if you haven't watched the original,
It's not
and
bad.
this is your first experience with it, it's fine. Like
Interesting.
it's
So,
serviceable.
so
I don't think it's quite as bad as the M. Night Shyamalan, where it's like you and I watched that and we're like, this doesn't feel right. I feel like, because we, at that point when we first watched that movie, I had no
you
experience with
wouldn't say that
Avatar.
with this show. You wouldn't be like, this doesn't
I
feel right. You don't think so.
I don't think
Interesting.
so, because
Fascinating. That's interesting.
it's a little more extended than the movie was. So it
Interesting.
has a little bit more time to build out,
Is it
but
because
I
it
don't
like looks and
know.
sounds right? Is that why? Is that it's tricking your brain into being
That's
like,
part of it. Like, that's part of it.
is the performance, like, is it directed and performed well? Is that because okay, okay, no, and I want to put this a different way. Like, the M. Night Shyamalan, this is, we talked about this bad adaptation good movie. This is what I mean. The M. Night Shyamalan movie is also, it's a bad Avatar movie, and it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
Is this a good show but a bad Avatar show?
It's it's hard for me, because it's so not like the original, that it pulls me personally out of it.
Interesting. Interesting.
Like, it's that stuff for me is distracting, and it's so distracting for me that it's hard for me to look at this as if I was a person who didn't know anything about that stuff.
Okay,
If
fair enough.
if that makes sense.
Fair, but would you say
Um,
just like, because like I said with,
I I think
because I'm
it's,
curious.
acting wise, yes.
Interesting.
First, it depends on the character.
Interesting. Interesting. Very
I would
interesting.
say, like, I think Aang does a good job
Interesting.
for what he's given.
I
Um,
like the kid playing.
I think that the girl playing Katara does a good job for what she's given. The kid who's playing Zuko, who he looked familiar to me.
I like the kid playing
Um,
Zuko. I've seen clips of him. Every clip I've seen of him, when I was watching you watch it, everything I've seen from the kid from Zuko, I like him as Zuko. I enjoy what he's doing
yeah,
with Zuko. I'm enjoying
really,
that.
the ones, the two that are three, the three
Ozai looked
that are
bad.
the worst. Four, if you want to count him. Um,
What are you doing with Ozai?
I didn't like what they did with Sokka at all.
Yeah, no,
Like, I don't
I've
like,
heard. You're not the first person I've heard say that.
I don't like how they portray him. To me, yeah, like I said, it's like they just took the character that was in, like, the
Wait,
first episode.
wait. Can I guess? Can I guess? Can I guess the rest? Is okay? I'm gonna guess based on my limited knowledge. They sympathize Azula, and that's awful, and it makes her, the rest of her character friends, not work as well. And Iroh,
Iroh's a big one for me. Iroh is so different.
like that. Don't
Like, he's
they?
so
I
different. Like,
think you.
he's
I think you said to me that they sympathize her because they can't make her completely unhinged
they
because it
do,
doesn't
but they
work.
don't. They do,
Interesting.
but they don't. I have more context since I said that.
Interesting.
But basically, in this version, yes, they do sympathize her a little bit more,
Interesting.
kind of. But they also do a thing where Ozai appears to be, like, praising Zuko to motivate Azula. And so, like,
Gotcha.
he chastises Azula, which is just not a thing that would happen in the original. He
No.
never once chastised anything. She was the perfect daughter that could do no wrong,
It
right?
just
Like,
seems to be
so that's
making
just,
giving those characters additional layers that they just didn't need, because otherwise they're just a cartoon character. Like, they didn't want these characters to be cartoonishly evil. They wanted to give them a bit of nuance, I guess.
Alice Liu. Yeah, well, it's definitely, they wanted it to come across like more realistic. And that was the other big thing with me, and with this show is, and I don't know if I said this already, but
Certain stories don't need realism.
he, well, there's that, but for me, it's just, um this show misses, to me anyway, it feels like this, it misses the point of what the original was. So it's like, it's trying to be dark and gritty and serious, and, like, they're swearing in it, and like,
Oh, I hate that.
you see people being burned
But
alive,
when you say
and like,
swearing, like PG-13, or are we getting
like
full
I think at
f-bombs?
one point someone calls someone an asshole or something like
Oh no,
that.
don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Something to that effect. It was, I don't, I can't specifically, there was 8 episodes, and I can't remember every instance
No,
of
fair,
every single
fair.
moment. specifically, but it was one of those things where I recall it enough that
Don't like
in
it.
the moment it was off-putting.
Yeah, no, that immediately off puts me. My thing, and I feel like unless you have more, that one what I would say to your accusation of it being too dark is
Well,
um
just out of like it just doesn't feel right.
what
Like it feels.
what makes a show the thing is, and it's to tie it back to Superman, that Man of Steel didn't get, and this show clearly doesn't get, is
I
what
don't. I
makes
don't think it does. Anyways,
what
that's my
makes
opinion.
I've heard similar critiques from other people. What makes a dark moments in a show like Avatar work is the rest is really lighthearted. So it highlights the stuff that's dark. So it makes it feel extra dark so you really remember it. If the whole thing is dark, it's not as memorable and it's not as interesting. Levity exists for a reason. The world isn't like, it's like you can't fixate on everything that's dark. Like levity exists in movies and film for a reason, and like this Avatar is a mostly lighthearted show, so that when it gets to the serious stuff, it's extra serious and it's more impactful. It just washes over
Yeah,
you when everything is dark and upsetting.
and so like an example in this is so and there's definitely changes that they make, which like I understand. It's an example where it's like I see what they're going for and I understand why they change certain things. It just doesn't work for me, and that's where I have to I have to I can't say that it is bad because the changes will work for some people.
I mean,
Some people want what this show is
I,
offering.
I'm gonna devil.
I don't,
I will. I'm gonna devil's
but
advocate you a little bit, and I'm gonna say that you can certainly be. Like, there's some cases where you can say that things just don't work. Like there's a lot of that show I watched you watching that I was like, I said to you, this doesn't work.
yeah.
It's just flat out. Like because I understand your apprehension. You're
I
trying to
think
prevent yourself from being like, I don't like this, therefore it's bad, because I often accuse you of that. But
yeah.
in this instance,
I'm
your
also
criticisms are fair. I think they're
I,
fair.
I think I think I think I think I can think of a good way to explain this now. Um, this doesn't work for me because it's trying to Legend of Korra, Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Interesting.
It's trying to take a
Interesting.
thing
Interesting.
and make it for an older audience than the original was.
Yeah.
Because Avatar: Korra was very much for an older audience than
Yeah, but
Avatar: The Last Airbender was,
it
and it made it feel
still wasn't this dark.
it made it feel no, it wasn't. But I'm just saying that's the best comparison I can give
Interesting.
of how it feels different to me. This feels more akin to Korra than it
Interesting.
does The Last Airbender.
Interesting. Yeah. No. I just. I
That's
just
the best way I can put it into words.
I feel like you're trying to you're like pulling your punches a little bit, because
A little bit.
you don't want to seem like you're biased, but
Um,
like legit. I think that
well,
some of the
it's not even so
characterizations in
much.
this show don't work. Like they just don't look like
It's
they work.
it's not even so much that I'm trying to pull my punches necessarily. It's just I'm trying to look at this
I'm getting the impression that
as a kid who is watching this for the first time
I'm
and
getting
hasn't seen the cartoon.
I'm getting the impression that I'm going to need to watch this, and we're going to need to come back to this.
I think so. Well, I mean, if you haven't seen the original cartoon, I would be interested to see you watch this.
Jordan, you know I've seen the original cartoon multiple times.
Oh, well, I would still be interested to see you watch this.
Well, we're going to come back. We're going to put a pin in this, and we're going to come back to it because what you have said is intriguing to me. Jordan, is that it for that Avatar show?
For now, until the second season. See, what we'll do is we'll wait for the second season to come
Yeah,
out,
that's what I was
and
thinking.
you'll watch the first season, and I'll watch the second season.
That's my exact thoughts. Okay, that's it though. That's it.
That's it.
So it's really funny because I know what
I guess
we're doing.
ultimate feelings are, I didn't really like it.
I didn't like it so much.
I didn't so much. Internet, please don't yell at me. I can't stand it.
I honestly don't know if I don't think this was crazy well received. Like I think it had mixed reception.
Well received enough to get a second season. So they've already cast who is going to be Toph.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I there's sometimes where you hear a person talk about a character and you're just like, oh my god, this is going to be bad. And I don't remember exactly what she said, but there was something she said that made me go, oh my god, she like drastically misunderstands this character, and it's gonna be a bad characterization. Oh no. Anyway, my final movie, the final movie of the week. Jordan, we managed to keep it under 5 hours this week, because I don't have a ton to say on this. Jordan, how are we doing for time?
In terms of battery, I have 19% left.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it just fine. So
unless you really drag your feet.
It's funny because like this, it's weird that we're ending on an animated movie for reasons that you're gonna find out in a couple minutes. But so my final movie, it's an animated movie. It was How to Train Your Dragon, the third one, because I had not seen the third one, and it came out, and I knew one thing about this movie, and that it was sad, and it's okay. My big thing is I watched it having not watched the second one in forever. So like I had to Wikipedia what happened in the second one, because so this starts and now Hiccup is a superhero. He's like a masked superhero.
It doesn't this one take place like after one of the shows?
Well, yeah. So because the thing about How to Train Your Dragon is in between the movies there's shows, but like the one that takes place between the first and second movie didn't really seem to impact the show much, but yet this one kind of does. Because like he's a superhero now with like a super suit, and he like drops in and he fights dragon hunters who are hunting dragons. Well, have you seen this movie?
Yeah, but not in a long while.
So the plot of it is there's a dragon.
I just know that there's eventually a white one, and Toothless ends up with the white one.
Yeah. So basically, Burke has become like a haven for dragons. They've like rescued all of the dragons. And there's a bunch of dragon hunters who like they can't get anything done because of Hiccup, and they all hate Hiccup. And so they all band together and they hire a particular dragon hunter who is the dragon hunter who killed all of the Night Furies, all of the Toothlesses. And he has a and to be fair, this failed the phone test pretty harshly he has a Light Fury, which is the girl version of Toothless, as you mentioned, and he's using it to track the Burke people who are trying to get away and like take the dragons away and find a place where they can all live together safely. And so Hiccup has a memory of talking to the dad because in flashbacks, because we need to keep Gerard Butler involved. And in flashbacks where he explains that there is a lost world that all the dragons are from, that he wants to send all the dragons back to disconnect the dragons. And so like the whole movie is foreshadowing the fact that by the end of this the dragons are going to leave. Like it's Chekhov's gun. You know that by the end of the movie there's going to be a sad moment where Hiccup and Toothless break up. Like you know it's coming. You know it's going to happen.
It's the third one.
It's the third one. It's going to happen. And there's just a lot of like, this feels like I'm missing a step here. Yeah, I don't know if the show plays in this movie at the time, but it really felt like I was coming midway into a story. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful movie. The animation is beautiful. The animation is stunning. Jay Baruchel is great. Him and I think it's America Ferrera plays Astrid. She's also good. I knew that they were together in this. I thought that they had already gotten married, but the movie ends with them getting married. And yes, I'm pussyfooting around it, but it gets to the scene where all the dragons leave, and yeah, it's friggin' sad. It is really sad. I wasn't sad. Like the thing that got me wasn't like Toothless saying goodbye to Hiccup, because I was like, I braced myself the whole movie for it. It's when Astrid walks up and takes the harness off of her dragon and like she cries, and I'm like, oh my
Storm Crier or whatever her dragon,
Stormbreaker or whatever, and I'm like, oh my god. I was like, oh, it like ripped my heart out. And then like, yeah, when
did you cry a single man tear?
I got pretty close. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I got pretty close to shedding a single man tear. I was like, oh, whew. And then so then it does a flash forward, and now Hiccup and Astrid have 2 kids, and he's telling them the story about how everyone thinks that the dragons weren't real, and he knows that the dragons were real, and the dragons have to go away because humans can't be trusted not to try to use them for evil or whatnot. And he finds Toothless, and Toothless pops out, and he's initially apprehensive, and and then he remembers that it's him, and he's like, "Don't worry, you don't have to be scared or whatever." And then he takes the kids flying, and he's like, "Yeah, dragons can't be around, but we know that where the dragons are, and we can still be friends with them or whatever." And like, it got me, like when they're all flying together, and Astrid's on her dragon with the other kid, and Toothless, the Light Fury flies up. And you see Toothless now has kids. I was like, oh my god, yeah, like
so
cute.
cute.
It actually got me. I was like, oh man, this is really effective. Yeah, and then I think I'm pretty sure they did a special that's like an epilogue that apparently is quite good. But I was like, this is cute, but like much like the other How to Train Your Dragon movies are kind of. This is where I struggle to think of a metaphor. Fluff. Nothing. Like I don't know. I don't get people who are like, these are profound movies. I don't think there's anything unlike I think Toy Story or any of the like really good Pixar movies. I just don't think it's fluff, it's candy. I just don't think there's anything exceptional about these movies. Like, they're fine, they're good movies. I think in not this one so much, but the second one, I very much remember taking itself too seriously. The number one thing I will never forget about the second one is remember when we went to watch it and the kids behind us were bored during the scary part?
Not specifically,
the
but
part where the bad guy like steps on Toothless's head, and there's a little kid behind us who were like, what? And we're like, yeah, this is why they make fart joke movies. Like, this is why they don't make good quality animated movies, is because that kid can't handle watching like good quality filmmaking. And then that was well before we were like, yeah, we aren't the target demographic for this.
yeah.
But yeah, it was fine. It was fine. So with that, we move on to the assignment for next week for our penultimate. Oh yes, but I guess I'll mention this now. 2 more episodes left in the season, folks, of season 4 of the Spur of the Moment podcast. 2 episodes left of this season, and then we go on break for a week, where we will be sleeping in a tent. And we come back and we do anime part 4 and Tokusatsu part 4, which I'm not going to lie to you, Jordan. I'm kind of excited for Tokusatsu part 4. That's gonna be a ride. I'm just to real briefly talk about that, not to give you guys a sneak preview. It's what's coming in August.
Gotta tease him, please.
But not only we have user suggestions, so we will be dipping from user suggestions for our rapid fires, but Jordan will be selecting mine and I will be selecting his, because I still want to keep that. But most of our rapid fire will be picked from a curation of selections of comment requests, user requests that we have received. We will be doing those. I'm very excited to do that. That's coming in August. But next week, when I was watching Quest for Camelot, this idea came to me, and it is bad, weird, and animated movies you forgot that isn't Disney. But there is an asterisk. You're allowed to cheat with one Disney, but it has to be like a kind of reasonably obscure. So just to give you an example, I'm going to do Teacher's Pet for one of mine. So like
Teacher's Pet.
So like Doug, like those ones, the ones nobody watched. You're allowed one. And unless this becomes too challenging, as often happens during the week, and I can't suss out enough other ones. But I'm talking like the shitty, this has no money, straight to DVD crap fest. I got a couple of crap movies I've always wanted to watch, that are absolutely going on my list. So that's next week.
We'll talk.
And then the week after that, so like Rover Dangerfield, there's another one for you.
We'll talk.
That's next week. So yeah, weird, bad, but I like the worse the better. I want really terrible shit. I want like bad. We've talked too nicely about movies lately. I want to talk about some crap. I want to sift through some shit. So that's next week. And then the week after that, for the season finale, we are gonna go watch Fantastic Four. I actually have the date right this time, I think. We're going to be watching Fantastic Four, and then that will finally be our MCU special. So that's your Iron Mans, your Thors, quite possibly a Hawkeye, Avengers. I'm probably going to do
Loki.
I'm probably going to do Avengers. I'm probably going to shoddy Avengers.
A Loki.
We're going to talk about those. That's in 2 weeks. Until then, Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on Twitch, Zethgore187, and on the weekends I'm here.
On the weekends I'm here as well, but I am on TikTok at Justin Spurr. I recently had a video do well on there. You can go follow me there, or you could, if you want, you're also on TikTok. You can follow us on Spur of the Moment P for the Spur of the Moment podcast. That's where a bunch of bonus clips go up. If you want to email the show, sponsor it, or you want to be on the show, you can email It's Justin's Business. Or Jordan, what's an email people can reach you at if they want to be on the show?
Planet187_12 at hotmail.com.
That's where if you want to. We also have a handy dandy Google form asking you various questions. If you do end up on the show, that's really helpful to me. If you want to support the Patreon and feed us pennies, you could do that by clicking the Patreon. You can join the Discord. The invitation should work. Leave us comments about any of the stuff you heard about today, and let us know that you're watching, that you're listening. Some of you guys are subscribing based off of the podcast. That is honestly really gratifying when you guys
makes us feel good,
right? As much as it's great when you guys subscribe off of the shorts of the videos, it's way more gratifying when you actually listen to the actual podcast. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. We put, and by we I mean me, but we're gonna say we.
Royal we, Justin. We're one entity.
We as in the YouTube channel. We put 7 videos out a week. That's a video on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then we have the podcast on Sunday. So there is always content on this channel for you to watch. And you don't have to stick around for an entire 4-hour podcast. You can just watch the inevitable 15 to 20 minute video, 30-minute video about Critical Role that's probably going to be up on Tuesday. You can just watch the video about the live action Avatar that's probably going to go out on Thursday. You could probably watch the video about Quest for Camelot and the other one, the Disney knockoff Sinbad, that's also coming. All of those, they're all coming next week. I'm going to make those into videos and you can watch those. Or you can watch the shorts. I put 2 shorts out a day. You can like those. Just like the videos, like them. Like literally, like watching helps, right? Watching helps, but you leaving a like tells YouTube that you like our content. And that is 1,000 times more helpful than anything, if you could do that. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of the Spur of the Moment podcast. Oh, yeah, sorry. There's one thing I forgot. At some point, you will have seen there's the boxes that are popping up, that have popped up, are going to pop up. The one on the left is going to take you to the last episode of the podcast, the 5-hour Superman one. The box on the left is going to take you to a random video, because I always forget to do this. Go Minecraft Monday, everybody. See you later. Have a good day.